ओके सो मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं हो रही हूँ ना, लेकिन अभी दिख नहीं रहा ना, मैं सिर्फ इधर बात कर रही हूँ, अभी कुछ नहीं दिख रहा ना यूट्यूब पे। गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन. The chief guest for today's session will be arriving shortly. I request you all, as per the protocol for COVID restrictions, please sit alternately. And I request everyone to occupy the seats. A pleasant good morning to all the respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and our valued participants. The IQAC of Sadabai Raiswani Women's College is privileged to host a NAAC-sponsored seminar on enhancing quality teaching strategies through outcome-based education. This one-day national seminar is intended to throw light on pertinent dimensions of teaching strategies focused on output-based education. Joining hands with the organizing team for an intellectual intercourse, I'll invoke the presence of God Almighty. I request the dignitaries to kindly join for lighting of lamp before Goddess Saraswati. Now please come.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are privileged to have with us as the chief guest for today's inaugural session, Dr. Devendra Kavre, Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing today's session. I request our principal ma'am, Mrs. Amina Wali, to please welcome sir with a memento and a sapling. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. The presence of our principal, Mrs. Amina Wali, is a boon to IQAC. Her in-depth expertise and constant motivation and support has resulted in our college to achieve NAAC accreditation with A grade in first cycle of NAAC assessment. To describe her, I use the words of a famous poet. मंजिलें यूं ही नहीं मिलती राही को, मंजिलें यूं ही नहीं मिलती राही को, जुनून सा दिल में जगाना पड़ता है. पूछा परिंदों से घोंसला कैसे बनता है, वो बोले तिनका तिनका उठाना पड़ता है. With these words, I respectfully invite you, ma'am, for your presidential address.
Thank you, Shakti ma'am, for such a wonderful introduction. Very good morning to one and all present here. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Devendra Kaurya sir, advisor NAAC, for his presence here, and he as a resource person, and for guiding us on each step of the way, because for everything we used to keep calling him up. So is this okay? Like, is this right? So he was continuously guiding us. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor of GHRU, Amravati, Dr. Vinayak Deshpande sir, for being with us in spite of his busy schedule. My gratitude to Aarti Deshpande ma'am, Director, Raisoni Business School, and Sona Kumar ma'am from Law School. Dr. Dini Menon and Dr. Padole will be speaking in the post-lunch session, but my heartfelt gratitude to them also for accepting to be our resource persons. I would also like to thank the authorities at NAAC for sponsoring this seminar and giving us this opportunity, and our chairman, Sri Sunil Raisoni, for continuously supporting and encouraging us. Sadhabai Raisoni Women's College is affiliated to SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. Its inception was in the year 2006, where we just started with 5 students, and now our strength is almost 750 students. So we've grown over the years. It's a prominent educational institute nurturing under the umbrella of the renowned Raisoni group of institutions. And like Shakti ma'am already mentioned, we were accredited in March 2020 with the A grade by NAAC. And this academic year, we were granted the autonomous status for 10 years by UGC. So it's been, and the last 2 years have really been a stepping stone to success for us. We basically have 3 programs: BCA, BSc IT, and BSc Food Science and Nutrition, which we recently have started. Along with this, we are a facilitating center for IGNOU with MSc DFSM, MCA, and BCA. With the national, a little bit about why we wanted to conduct this topic, because NAAC has now become more or less mandatory for all colleges. And so we thought like we would take up this topic, and with NAAC sponsoring us, that was an added boon. With the National Education Policy 2020 being introduced, the topic for the seminar, Enhancing Quality Teaching Strategies Through Outcome-Based Education, is the need of the hour. The NEP states that aim of a quality university or college education must be to develop good, well-rounded and creative individuals. It must enable an individual to study one or more specialized areas of interest at a deeper level, while at the same time build character, ethical and constitutional values, intellectual curiosity, scientific temper, creativity, spirit of service, and 21st century capabilities across a range of disciplines, including science, social sciences, arts, humanities, languages, as well as professional and technical and vocational crafts. In a few words, this basically implies that education provided should be outcome-based, where all the parts and aspects of education are focused on the outcomes of the course. The students should be able to pursue a course with a certain goal of developing skills or gaining knowledge, and achieve this goal by the end of the course. The students can learn as per their choice. The faculty members, moderators, and instructors guide the students based on the target outcomes. The traditional system of education, which was basically teacher-centric, focused on passing on the knowledge from the previous generation to the next generation, whereas without actually considering whether the skills were accomplished or not. Whereas the outcome-based education system provides expanded opportunities for the students for following a student-centered approach. It has clear goals to impact their lives positively, committing to excellence and innovation. Thus, it's absolutely essential for us to completely understand and implement this approach for the best possible results. And the experts that we have today will enlighten us on the different aspects of this topic. Thanking all of you once again, the participants also, for being here, and wishing you all a pleasant day with a lot of knowledge to be gained. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now invite Mrs. Suruchi Pimple ma'am to introduce our keynote speaker for the day.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here. Dr. Devendra Kavre, the advisor of NAAC, Bengaluru. Sir has held the prestigious position of Joint Secretary, UGC, New Delhi. Sir has also held the position of Director, Department of Management Sciences and Research, GS College, Nagpur. Sir has worked as the International Reviewer of Quality Assurance Team for Institutional Review of the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Sir holds a teaching experience of 16 years and an administrative experience of 14 years. Sir has acted as a supervisor for research scholars in RTM Nagpur University. Sir was a member of core working group which designed the revised accreditation framework for assessment and accreditation process of NAAC. Sir has contributed in policy framing for assessment and accreditation process of NAAC on need and time with an expertise to organization. Sir has also coordinated the NAAC help desk in answering the queries of the stakeholders related with the quality in higher education. Sir has coordinated the framework of University Manual for ANA process of NAAC, the Student Satisfaction Survey tool adopted by NAAC for its ANA process, and the process of issue management system. Sir has guided an accreditation exercise for about 190 higher educational institutions. He has conducted various assessor orientation programs and awareness programs for NAAC ANA process for the stakeholders. Sir has played a key role in introducing the concept of outcome-based accreditation. Sir has completed two major research projects sanctioned by UGC and IIPM New Delhi. Sir has published 6 books in the subject of commerce and management, and 120 research papers and articles are published in various journals, newspapers, and magazines. Sir has delivered keynote speeches in several conferences, seminars, workshops, webinars on quality in higher education. Sir is a powerful catalyst in stimulating the academic environment for promotion of quality of teaching, learning, and research in the higher education institutions through lectures and advice. We are honored to have you, sir. I request sir to please address the gathering. Thank you.
Everybody, good morning. Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Raisun University, Amravati, and my good mentor guide, Dr. Vinayak Deshpandeji, famous economist, from whom I also have learned a lot. And in fact, some of the research project what is being written in my that profile, it was done when I was just like you. I am still like you only, but was teaching actually in teaching profession at that time. Whatsoever that academic contribution was, up to that time only. Later on, it is. I have not done anything related with this publication part and all that, because if we don't get time, we are completely engaged in this policy framing and helping the institution to upgrade themselves in the quality. That you will come to know in my this session later on. The principal of Sadabai Raiswani College, Dr. Amina Ali Madam, very humble. When I have met first time with her, but whenever we used to have an interaction, I never felt that she is talking like a principal with an ego and all that. She is very humble, so very big respect for you, madam. Then of course Shakti ji, the professor from the same institution, IQC coordinator. She is also a wonderful woman. While interaction, we come to know, we understand very easily. Then Dr. Aarti madam, whom we have interaction related with some quality upgradation in her institution. And the principal of some law. Acha, and you good colleagues, I will call it as colleagues only because we are from same fraternity. So respected intellectuals, I am not here to give you any knowledge. You are all knowledgeable. You are all good academicians, you are knowledgeable, you know lots of things, many things. I am here to share my experience. Whatever experience I had in my career of last 6-7 years, I am in this system. I will be sharing that experience with you, and I will be, in order to have a good touch, I will be going with the concept English. Not purely English, it should be English. That works, I have seen it. Specifically in our area, it works very nicely. It goes right up into the heart. So, this whole session, probably 40-45 minutes or 50 minutes, I will be narrating the things related with the outcome, because here, as though Madam has already shared with you, it's outcome-based education we talk about. My seeing to this perspective is slightly different. So what you will find, this title also different. Many of might be worried about what is this title. He has come out with an abbreviation. कभी abbreviation भी title भी कभी abbreviation में होता है. That's of course a question may come. जब मैंने दिया तभी मेरे दिमाग में भी था. No, we do all this business, but I let it be as a surprise थोड़ा सा. So it's a full form is students, teachers, and institutions outcome. STIO. Student, teachers, and institution outcome at the rate of HE. Of course, everything is related with the higher education institution. So that is the title. And you will find it very interesting. Next 40-45 minutes, I request you to please stop seeing your WhatsApp and your Twitter and Facebook. It will be helpful. Some or the person, we understand it. As a teacher, even Vinayak ji will stand here. Any of you people, if you teach as a teacher, if you observe your student, you can very easily judge it who is doing what. Okay. So, yes, focus on quality. Quality is a very important parameter. Can I have a hand mic if it is so? If it is not so, it's okay.
So we can take this out and give it to the hand.
No, otherwise.
So this one.
Okay, please go. Yeah, that will slightly work. In between, I will keep on moving.
Noise karega.
Thank you. So, focus on quality. There is a reason. Quality in higher education provides learners with the capability. See how important it is. Quality in higher education provides learners with the capability they require to become economically productive, develop sustainable livelihood, contribute to peaceful and democratic society, and enhance individual well-being. These are the 4 very important contents why we should be focused on quality. Okay. Now, why we should understand as an academician, wherever we are teaching, whatsoever we are teaching, in whatsoever position we are there, even though if we have newly joined to our institution, but we are a teacher. 1 साल का ही अनुभव क्यों ना हो, बट टीचर है, हम इस नोबल प्रोफेशन में आए, भले हमारी सैलरी बहुत कम हो, लेकिन हम टीचर है. इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि बहुत naturally everybody is worried of all these things, all this aspect, but when we are a teacher, then responsibility comes to us. Okay, because we have chosen that profession, thinking, aspiring that we will grow, वगैरह, that's a different issue. In the future it will definitely happen, and it works when we move ahead with that particular motto immensely. We should be passionate about our profession. That is very, because this outcome is related, vis-a-vis related with our passion towards our profession. Unless we are passionate about our profession, there will be no difference. कोई फायदा ही नहीं रहेगा. फिर सिर्फ सर्टिफिकेट के लिए हम यहाँ आए हैं probably, और blah 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 that I don't need to speak out. तो उसके अलावा what we have learned and how we can implement, because we being a teacher, you all being a teacher, you all are going to speak in some or the places, some or the conferences, seminar and all that. Probably you might be also invited, you will also speak, or else at least you will speak in front of the student while teaching. So this should be all added things which I will be sharing with you in the form of experience whatsoever little bit. So number 1 is you should be passionate, and for to bring the quality in the higher education, these are the 4 aspects which I have shared with you, which works, and on that basis only the whole thing proceeds. Okay, then आपके पास अगर वो होता slide changes, that would have been also. So outcomes I already shared with you. Outcomes in the form of students, teachers, institutions out. हम एक-एक करके देखेंगे how it works. Let me share with you some figure why this outcome matters a lot and why it is being so much deliberated. There is a little bit difference between output and outcome. Okay, output or outcome sometimes we use synonymously, slightly different, and I think you all will agree with this. Example, if any institution has 1,000 students in it, and in the form of result of final year student, some 1,000 students have cleared that particular course or degree program whatsoever. So 1,000 of the number of students which are coming out is called output. And what is called outcome? What can be assumed as outcome? Outcome is out of this 1,000 students who has cleared that degree, who has passed that degree and has come out of that with that degree, has basically built their career, that is outcome. Okay, that should be the outcome. So how many number of students have built their career? That always remains a question mark. Few examples I will tell you, and then figures I will be sharing with you, quoted from various bodies, government bodies only. SOCM says 25% of our students are employable, professional. 10% of our students who are who do adopt a non-professional course, for example, arts, humanities, commerce, and all that. We cannot call it as non-professional, but it is being bifurcated like that. 25% there, 10% here. Now I will go with this output figure. Out of 1,000 students, in the name of placement, you will find the institutions do claim some around 20 to 30% of the students are being placed. We also take extreme efforts in our institution that our students get placed. होता है ऐसा? अब बचे 70%, 70%, मैं मैक्सिमम फिगर ले रहा हूँ, 25-30% से मैक्सिमम. So 70% of the students, what they do? They go with their, है ना? देखो अभी मैं सब चीजें रिलेट करूंगा. You will find the things very surprising. You will know, I said ना, you know all these things. I am sharing the experience. Now the 70% of the students who goes with the fate do generally they proceed with the same career or the same type of career where they have got the qualification related. For example, if any boy or girl has done that engineering in the form of electrical, electronic, mechanical, are they pursuing the career in the same path? It's a question mark. Many of you people, 25 to 30%, 40% probably placement छोड़ दो क्योंकि some people, some students may try in some other, through other sources and get placed, but rest of the students, it's a question mark. So if the question mark is there with the career, what they are pursuing or will be doing, considering the base means the education what they have got it means who is then responsible? Higher education system is responsible. We will not call that college is responsible. We'll call it as overall system is, because it's not only that college XYZ college there the issues are. It is the issues are with several such. All over India, pan India you will find such type of thing. सारे देश में we move. Even south I have seen such type of condition. West Maharashtra, many of our students from here they go to Pune, Mumbai and study. I find it our students are better than them. लोग पूछते हैं मुझे कि आपको क्या लगता है कि हमारे नागपुर के बच्चे या हमारे यहाँ के इधर के बच्चे और वहाँ के बच्चों में या सिस्टम में क्या फर्क है? तो मैंने तो ये जाना कि हमारे बच्चे ज्यादा अच्छे लगते हैं मुझे, ज्यादा इनोवेटिव, क्रिएटिव लगते हैं, ज्यादा मेहनती लगते हैं एज कम्पेयर टू हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे ज्यादा अच्छे से इंग्लिश बोल लेते हैं एज कम्पेयर टू। वो सिर्फ ग्लैमरस देख के शायद जाते होंगे मुझे ऐसा, और बाकी सारी चीजें आपको पता है। तो दैट देयर आर डिफरेंट कांसेप्ट्स ऑफ ऑल दिस। We'll come to the point of this output and outcome. Then outcome, if we talk about 70% of the students who has a question mark, of course some students may be going for joining their own business, professional business, the family business, some may be going with the farming, some may be going with the some other profession like music and all that, blah blah blah. But what about the education what they have received? It is really working? Is it really working? It remains a of course question mark. So who are responsible? Who is responsible? मैं नहीं बोलूंगा हम higher education system overall responsible, but if we talk about this higher education system responsible means we are the part of that business, so we are also responsible. So we should not only focus, अब हम बोलेंगे problems है ऐसा वैसा बहुत सारा है, मैंने starting ही ऐसी कर दी ना, starting ही पता है, even though if you get a very less salary स्टार्टिंग, क्योंकि मेन इशू टीचर का यही होता है सैलरी 5,000, 10,000, 15, 20, 25, 30 जो भी मिलता होगा, टीचर तो है। आपने चूज किया करियर टीचर का तो आप टीचर बने, तो आप टीचर हैं, जब आप टीचर हैं तो आप रिस्पॉन्सिबल इस चीज के लिए भी, भले ही वो ग्रांटेड टीचर और नो ग्रांट टीचर, डजंट मैटर एट ऑल। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा जो भी ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, मैं उस डीप में नहीं जाऊंगा, दैट यू नो वेरी वेल, बट व्हेन वी रिमेन एज अ टीचर देन we have that responsibility, we have to owe that responsibility, accordingly we have to act. तो क्या करना है उस पे आएंगे अब slowly, और कुछ फिगर बताता हूँ इससे related, and you will be surprised so many things I will be sharing because our economist is sitting here, so he also will agree with the figures I am telling you, and figures are so surprising. We have around 1043 number of universities with us, 1043. 11,779 standalone institutions, some 42,343 colleges. If we total it, it is around 55,165 institutions with us. It is the second largest higher education system in the world, catering to around 38.5 millions of students. When I talk about 38.5 million of students, it's a big number. How big it is that I will compare. If we compare with the say country's population, if we compare with the population of Canada, it has 36.4 or 5 million. Our higher education students population is 38.5 million. उनका country का population, Australia का population is 25.4 million. पॉपुलेशन, हम तो सिर्फ हमारे बच्चे, वो भी हायर एजुकेशन, हम बच्चे स्कूल एजुकेशन तो बात ही नहीं है, वो तो और बड़ा है, तो अराउंड 30-32 मिलियन चला जाता है, तो हम हायर एजुकेशन पे फोकस। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट दिस, तो इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन इज ऑलमोस्ट 4 crores ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स pursue their higher education in this 55,165 number of institutions. This all data from AISHE, All India Survey of Higher Education. This is spread across around I think so 29 states and 7 union territories. इतना बड़े बहुत है, बहुत बड़ा है. Around 742 districts are with us. इतने बड़े इसमें and maximum of our institutions are located in rural areas. 60.57% of the institutions are located in rural areas. तो जब इतना massive spread up है in case of full pan India, we have of course issues and all that will be there, but this can be a big asset for us to encash it for the development of our economy. हम देखेंगे स्टेप बाय स्टेप कैसे ये आगे जाएगा, कैसे ये प्रोसीड हो सकता है. तो इसीलिए आउटकम मैटर. आपको और एक चीज बताएं, ये एनईपी आपको मालूम है, बहुत सुना होगा आपने, लेक्चर भी बहुत सारे सुने होंगे. NEP document में this outcome word is used almost 38 times in the form of institutional outcome or education outcome, because they bat for it like NEP. When the NEP also, because NEP is the future. बहुत सारी चीजें NEP से अभी नहीं पता लगती है, लेकिन बाद में पता लगेगी धीरे धीरे. It is linked. तो हमने वो समझ लेना और हमने उसके हिसाब से प्रिपेयर करना चालू कर देना. एक चीज और मुझे याद आती है, मैं बोल देता हूँ. वैसे वो टीचर से रिलेटेड था, जब आएगा तब देखेंगे, लेकिन अभी in future probably self appraisal of the teachers will be related with some 5-7 contents which I am sharing with you. Number 1 is it will be related with the students review. जैसे अभी आपका स्टूडेंट फीडबैक होता है, स्टूडेंट फीडबैक इन द फॉर्म ऑफ टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस, तो ये तो पहला क्राइटेरिया है उसमें. उसके अलावा दूसरा पीयर रिव्यू, मींस हाउ यू बिहेव विथ योर ऑफ कोर्स कलीग्स. गुड. थर्ड, इम्पैक्ट ऑफ योर रिसर्च. आपका रिसर्च जो कर रहे हैं, अब बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन मार्क भी आते हैं कभी कभी कि हम कुछ फैकल्टीज को रिसर्च में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. सबको सब विनायक देशपांडे जी जैसे नहीं हो सकते, बराबर है, ठीक है. तो कुछ ऐसे, लेकिन कोशिश तो कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा थोड़ा. हमने भी कोशिश की तो थोड़ा हमने भी पाया. इट्स लाइक दैट. तो यू शुड ट्राई फॉर दैट. तो इम्पैक्ट ऑफ रिसर्च इज वेरी, वो साइटेशन एंड ऑल दैट इट इज देयर. अब इम्पैक्ट ऑफ रिसर्च में हाउ इट कैन वर्क, थोड़ा मुझे याद दिलाना जब मैं टीचर्स रिव्यू बताऊंगा कि व्हाई इट इज एसेंशियल. चौथा, कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स द सोसाइटी. ठीक है, कंट्रीब्यूशन टू द सोसाइटी. नेक्स्ट इज इनोवेशन इन टीचिंग. एंड लास्ट वन, प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट. है ना, ओवरऑल मटेरियल for a teacher to develop means in future probably teachers appraisal will be based on this. Again I repeat, students review, peer review, impact of research, contribution to the society, innovation in teaching and professional development. 7 areas सब हमसे related. आप इसमें इतने बड़े और अच्छे बन सकते हैं कि you cannot imagine. It works now. Everything. See, even though if you are self-centered, everybody has to be, it has to be, the people are self-centered. Human nature is like that. Even though if you are, but if you are thinking about yourself, professional development. But in addition to, you have to think about your institution also. In addition, you should think about your society also. That will come in teachers' outcome. चलो एक एक करके देखते हैं, नहीं तो मेरे ये एक ही स्लाइड में पूरा 1 घंटा निकल सकता है. Sorry. Student-based outcome. Simple. हमारे क्राइटेरिया नंबर 5 में we have asked related with this. Criteria number 5 is student support and progression. We have focused on that part, but it is limited. It has to be unlimited concept. कैसे हो सकता है? How and why it is important for a teacher to understand. I am here, as said ना, for you to understand. आपके बेनिफिट के लिए क्या क्या हो सकता है वो मैं यहाँ बता रहा हूँ. तो वो सब आप दिमाग में रखो या नोट करो, और यही सब आप अपने डिलीब्रेशन में भी लाना, आपके वक्तव्य में लाना, आपके स्पीच में लाना, आपके प्रेजेंटेशन में लाना. क्योंकि यहाँ कोई एक आदमी डिफरेंस नहीं ला सकता. वी आर डेमोक्रेटिक. यहाँ पे सब लोगों ने, मैक्सिमम लोगों ने मिलके चीजों को बदलना जा सकता है. इट कैन बी चेंज बाय द मासिव कंट्रीब्यूशन. ओके, एक लाइन याद आती है, विजन. हम बात करते हैं विजन का. व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय विजन? सबके इसमें विजन होता है. अभी के इंस्टीट्यूशन का पहला लाइन विजन होता है, मतलब आई मीन स्कूल्स में, कॉलेजेस में. बट वो विजन पढ़ के विजन का सिंपल मतलब है, एंड एवरीबॉडी इन आवर इंडिविजुअल लाइफ वी शुड आल्सो हैव अ विजन. विजन इज द आर्ट ऑफ प्रेडिक्टिंग द फ्यूचर. सिंपल है ना. जिसमें वो आर्ट है वो अब ये प्रेडिक्शन क्या है, ऑफ कोर्स सपने देखना कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है, एज्यूम करना, बट टू मेक दैट एजम्पशन, कंप्लीट दैट एजम्पशन, उसके हिसाब से यू शुड एक्ट. So that is a vision. So we should have a very good vision. I think so. You should put it on paper. Everybody knows all these things, but art. ठीक है, हम भी करते हैं, वैसे आप भी करते हैं, सभी करते हैं. तो जब भी जैसे जैसे याद आता है, put your vision on the paper and let your student also make an habit. और उसके हिसाब से you should act. Okay, and then only there can be. Let us go with the students outcome. A percentage pass percentage of the student. Simple चीजें पूछी हुई है. Number of outgoing students please. Okay, तो यहाँ पे how many number of, ये सिंपल, जैसे हमारे क्राइटेरिया 5 में वी आर आस्किंग इन, और क्राइटेरिया 2 आल्सो वी आर आस्किंग कि हाउ मेनी नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हैव बीन क्लियर्ड द एग्जाम और कोर्स और प्रोग्राम्स एंड ऑल दैट. तो दिस विल बी द फर्स्ट वन, बट दिस गोज विदाउट सेइंग, इसलिए मैं उस पर ज्यादा जोर नहीं दे. ये तो करना ही है आपको. पास परसेंटेज पे आप जोर देते ही नहीं, जोर देंगे तो आपकी मैनेजमेंट क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा कर देगी, आपके पास परसेंटेज क्यों कम है, ज्यादा है, व्हाट्सएवर. सो दैट गोज विदाउट सेइंग. Number of outgoing students placed, that also I have shared with you, 20, 25, 30% is the ratio, max to max. And it is IIT IIM, that's a different issue. और अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूशन, आप जैसा अभी मैडम बता रही थी कि इनके यहाँ का प्लेसमेंट भी बहुत अच्छा है. तो इट्स लाइक दैट, आप लोगों के यहाँ भी प्लेसमेंट बहुत अच्छा होता होगा, आरती मैडम के यहाँ का भी अच्छा होता होगा, बाकी इंस्टीट्यूशन का भी आप लोग अच्छा प्रयत्न करते होंगे. डेफिनेटली इट वुड हैव बीन वेरी गुड, बट कैन इट गो टू 100%? क्वेश्चन. सो focus should not be on a placement itself. और आगे क्या, number of students going for higher studies, that's also simple thing. Number of students who have started their own business. Yes, ऐसा भी होता है ना, जरूरी नहीं है everybody would like to go for a service. थोड़ा सा इस फिगर बताते हैं देशपांडे साहब, इनको देख के याद आता है इकोनॉमिक्स, और कितना अच्छा है आप सबको पता होना चाहिए. Our contribution to GDP, maximum contribution to GDP is from which sector? सर्विस सेक्टर. कितना परसेंट है? 60%. ओके. कंट्रीब्यूशन फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर टू, हम, मैं सीधा एग्रीकल्चर पे क्यों आ रहा हूं, क्योंकि वी आर एग्रीकल्चर, अपना मूड तेज है, वी आर एग्रीकल्चर. सो कंट्रीब्यूशन टू जीडीपी फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर इज फ्रॉम 14 to 15%. वी टेक इट राउंडिंग 15%, 15%, बरोबर सर, 15%. अब एक मजेदार फिगर, कितना मस्त है, ध्यान से सुनो. 60% of our population is directly based on this agriculture. ध्यान दो, मैं कितना contrary figure है. Yes, 60% of our population is agri based directly or indirectly, जबकि contribution only 15% है, और GDP को contribution 60% सर्विस सेक्टर से. कहाँ जा रहे हैं? Does it match? जबकि होना क्या चाहिए, जितना कंट्रीब्यूशन जीडीपी का है उतनी पॉपुलेशन उस पर बेस होना चाहिए, लेकिन वैसा नहीं है. तो हाउ टू बैलेंस इट, दैट रिमेन्स विथ अस. ऑफ कोर्स ही विल एक्सप्लेन हाउ टू बैलेंस, पर थोड़े से हम बताओ हमने क्या करना चाहिए. वी शुड एनकरेज आवर स्टूडेंट्स, मोटिवेट आवर स्टूडेंट्स टू प्लीज थिंक इनोवेशन एंड क्रिएटिविटी इन द सेक्टर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर. सोचने की जरूरत है वहां पे जितना ज्यादा. अभी नाबार्ड ने भी रिसेंटली बजट में बताया हुआ है, नाबार्ड विल बी फैसिलिटेटिंग फॉर एग्रीकल्चर एंड स्टार्टअप्स, एग्री बेस्ड स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन एक्टिविटी को वो फैसिलिटेट करने वाला है. याद रखना, ये बजट में कुछ उसमें के एक्सर्ट्स निकालने, मतलब उसके जो पॉइंट्स है मेन जो हमारे काम के वो लेना और उसके रिलेटेड काम करते रहना. दैट वर्क्स. ये जो इंटेलिजेंट लोग रहते हैं ना, हम भी इंटेलिजेंट ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन वो थोड़े से विजनरी, हम थोड़ा ऐसा बोलते हैं. दे थिंक अबाउट एट पार एंड अकॉर्डिंगली दे स्टार्ट ऑन एक्टिंग इनटू पार्ट एंड देन दे बेनिफिट. एक लाइन बोलता हूं, बहुत अच्छी लाइन है. We should work and strive, means our goal should be in the direction, our goal and work should be in the direction of which benefits to the society. Okay, our goal and work should be in the direction which benefits to the society or benefit other human beings equally. In the equal proportion we are recognized and reward for that action. एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ उससे रिलेटेड, हाउ इंटरेस्टिंग इट इज। जियो ने क्या किया? जियो बिफोर 2-3 years back, that institution has provided free of cost, सब कुछ दिया फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। 3 लाख करोड़ के ऊपर का खर्चा तब उसने इन्वेस्टमेंट किया। उसने क्या किया? उसने वो जो एक गैप था, थोड़ा बहुत वैक्यूम था, उसको फिल किया बाय प्रोवाइडिंग फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। आदत लग गई। यूज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट इंटरनेट, ठीक है। एक बात ध्यान रखना, व्हेन एनीथिंग इफ कम्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट टू यू मींस यू आर ए प्रोडक्ट। दिस इज अ मार्केटिंग कंसेप्ट। व्हेन एनीथिंग कम्स टू यू फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मींस यू आर ए प्रोडक्ट, ओके। वेदर इट इज व्हाट्सएप हो, फेसबुक हो और एनीथिंग, तो वो उन्होंने वो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लॉन्च किया। आज इट इज नंबर 1 कंपनी इन द कंट्री। वो द कंट्री फ्लरिशिंग कंपनीज लाइक एयरटेल, आइडिया का तो जो हुआ सो हुआ, तो सबको पता है। एयरटेल, वोडाफोन, ये सबको पीछे छोड़ के इट बिकम फन। तो क्या मतलब निकलता? सी दे हैव दैट विजनरी concept, they move with that concept, means when they are benefiting to the aam aadmi in some or the way, the aam aadmi has provided a benefit in the return back. So when your goals are benefiting to the other human being, when you have such type of goal, you will be recognized and reward for that action. समझो ये चीज पे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, उस हिसाब से अपनी सोच रखना चाहिए, इट वर्क्स। तो इसीलिए वो ये एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, स्टार्टअप, एंगेज इन पेरेंटल, ये वी हैव टू पुश देम एटलीस्ट दे शुड थिंक इनटू दैट डायरेक्शन। लोग खेतीबाड़ी क्यों नहीं करते? लोग वहां से खेती बेच के क्यों इधर आ रहे हैं? क्योंकि वहां पे 1 लाख रुपीस मंथली उनको सैलरी कुछ मिलता नहीं है, 1 लाख रुपीस मंथली का इनकम नहीं है, इसलिए दे सेल इट एंड कम टू द अर्बन एरिया। इट इज राइट, एम आई राइट? तो इस चीज को कहीं तो भी अंकुश लगाने के लिए हमको शुरुआत करना, पुशअप करना, मोटिवेट करना, बोलते समय ये बोलते रहना। मतलब व्हेन यू टीच at that time in your preaching, it should come out from your mouth like this, कि that is a good thing, you should। अब फिर बहुत सारे होते कि उसमें फाइनेंशियल ये नहीं है, पैसा नहीं है, वगैरह वगैरह की उसमें सपोर्ट नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट हैज सेवरल पॉलिसीज रिलेटेड विद दैट। अभी बजट से रिलेटेड, क्योंकि सब रिलेटेड है, इसलिए आई विल टेल यू देयर आर सम 6 to 7 कोर एरियाज वेयर द बजट इज फोकस ऑन मैक्सिमम। एक हो गति शक्ति, इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट, देखो कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। गति शक्ति, इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट, प्रोडक्टिविटी एनहांसमेंट एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट, ओके। देन सनराइज अपॉर्चुनिटीज, देन इन्वेस्टमेंट इन द कोर सेक्टर। ऐसे some 6-7 एरियाज आर देयर वेयर दे आर फोकसिंग ऑन। दे से कि जब हम 100 years ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस हो जाएंगे, अभी तो 75 years वी आर गोइंग एट, वी आर सेलिब्रेटिंग दैट, ओके। जब 100 years, तो 25 साल का विजन उन्होंने रखा। मतलब ये समझ लीजिए कि उस सेक्टर में बहुत इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रहा है, होने वाला है। स्पेसिफिकली इन दैट गति शक्ति, प्राइम मिनिस्टर 7 एरियाज ऑफ गति शक्ति, रोडवेज, आई थिंक रेलवे से, रोडवेज है, पोर्ट्स है, एयरपोर्ट है, मास ट्रांसपोर्ट है, ठीक है, लॉजिस्टिक्स है। तो लाइक दिस आर द एरियाज वेयर कोर इन्वेस्टमेंट विल बी। तो हमारा काम क्या रहेगा? हमारा काम है कि फोर्सेस शुड बी, हम क्या करते हैं? वी डेवलप दी फोर्सेस। आर्म फोर्स, हमारी आर्म कौन सी है? फोर्सेस, स्टूडेंट। वी डेवलप देम फॉर दिस, ओके। तो हमको उस चीज के लिए डेवलप करना है। यू नो दिस विल समहाउ कम बैक टू यू। देख लेना। ठीक है, वो क्या है, थोड़ा सा क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा पता है? टीचिंग है ना, वो अंदर का तो भी है, तो बिना घूमे तो जमता ही नहीं। ठीक है, ओके, ठीक है, आई विल सी। मुझे समझ रहा था फिर भी, एनीवे। लिंक, okay, teaching quality links. So we will go number of students engaged in social science. So these are all simple questions which may come up in the form of the in the form of for the institution to answer for the outcome based related. We bat for outcome based accreditation also. हमने बहुत बैटिंग की इसके लिए, but we are not matured enough. Our system, higher education system, probably is not matured enough as compared if we compared with the developed countries. एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, टाइम्स हायर एजुकेशन रैंकिंग सुना होगा आपने। हमारा एक भी इंस्टीट्यूशन, none of our institution is under 300 also. तो वी आर, इसका मतलब क्लियर है, वी आर नॉट, जबकि उसका कंसेप्ट बड़ा सिंपल है, वो भी मैं शेयर कर देता, एक्चुअली उसके लिए एक सेशन सेपरेट ही लगता है, बट स्टिल कंसेप्ट इज सिंपल. दे फोकस ऑन योर टीचिंग, मीन्स 13 प्रोबेबल एरियाज आर देयर, उसमें से विच इज फोकस ऑन 5 एरियाज. तो 5 एरियाज कौन से? नंबर 1 इज टीचिंग, 30% वेटेज है. नंबर 2 इज रिसर्च, अगेन 30% वेटेज. नंबर 3 इज साइटेशन, अगेन 30% वेटेज है. देन फिर एक 5% सॉरी 7% और बचा हुआ परसेंटेज फॉर इंटरनेशनल आउटलुक एंड इंडस्ट्री इनकम, दैट इज वेरी नेग्लिजिबल, ओनली 10% टोटल मिला. सो टीचिंग इज मैक्सिमम फोकस ऑन, मीन टीचिंग हैज ए बिग इंपॉर्टेंस, बट टीचिंग में सबसे बड़ा उसमें वेटेज है रेप्यूटेशन सर्वे. जैसे व्हेन वी टीच इन आवर क्लास, वी फील, हमको ऐसा लगता रहता है कि बच्चों ने हमारी तारीफ करनी चाहिए, अप्रिसिएशन होना चाहिए. तो वो तभी होता है व्हेन यू आर गिविंग 100% फॉर, व्हेन यू आर गिविंग समथिंग एक्स्ट्रा स्पेशल. तो ये दिस इज कॉल्ड रेप्यूटेशन. तो रेप्यूटेशन सर्वे इज बीइंग डन बाय देम. What about the reputation of that institution in respect of teaching? That is within very well within our hand. तो इस तरह से वो है. फिर PhD student ratio, फिर PhD number of faculties, PhD ratio वगैरह वगैरह, like this simple things are there. Research, you know, very research में सबसे बड़ा concept is there related with the output of that research. Yeah, or you can call it as outcome of that research. We focus on outcome of that research. That will see in teachers' outcome. पास चलते हैं. Student based outcome, what are the things? Number of students engaged in farming, then you will find very less, but it can increase. There are various ways of doing innovative farming which provides lots and lots of business. अब एक चीज और है, एक कहीं तो भी yesterday itself I have read it. We have record output of farming this year. पढ़ा होगा, record output अभी तक का सबसे ज्यादा, मतलब कोविड को फार्मिंग को फेवर कर गया, ऐसा होगा. तो इट्स गुड. एनीवे, नाउ व्हाट हैज टू बी डन? इसको इन कैश कैसे करना है? ऑफ कोर्स आवर द व्हाट यू कॉल द सेटिस्फैक्शन लेवल, और आफ्टर सेटिस्फाइंग आवर ओन पॉपुलेशन, कैन वी जस्ट एक्सपोर्ट दिस? इट हैज टू बी थॉट अबाउट. बहुत बड़ा वैक्यूम है बड़ा. ये वैक्यूम शब्द इतना काम का है. रिसेंटली आई वाज रीडिंग वन आर्टिकल फ्रॉम given by, or an interview given by Bhattacharya madam, ex-SBI chairman. She said कि वो बैंकिंग सेक्टर में there is a bad loan concept, उसको क्या बोलते हैं?
Non-performing assets.
Yes, exactly. NPAs. NPAs has slightly increased, ऐसा बोलते हैं. Now she says there is a reason for that. We have enough of facilities or enough of supply related with the finance for the market. कैसे? बहुत सारे बैंक ऐसे टूट पड़ती हैं लोन देने के लिए. अगर आपने गलती से भी कोई अगर कोई इक्विपमेंट, फ्रिज, एसी या समथिंग लिया होगा, कोई नॉन बैंकिंग बोलने से अच्छा ये कॉल इट द बजाज फिन सर्विस एंड बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं. अगर आपने ऐसे कोई कंपनी से लिया होगा, मैंने खुद किया था 10-15 साल पहले, और आज मैं हर रोज के 3 कॉल से परेशान रहता हूँ. मतलब इतना ज्यादा फॉलोअप रहता है उनका. मतलब 15 साल पहले लोन लिया था, वो 15 साल पहले फेड के हो गया, बट दे हैव दैट नंबर विद देम एंड दे डू फॉलो इमेंसली. प्लीज टेक ए लोन, प्लीज टेक ए लोन, प्लीज हमारे से लीजिए. 2% के आपको भी कॉल आते होंगे, 1% जो भी परसेंटेज उसका होता है, इतना ना फायदा. बट इतना ज्यादा, दैट व्हाट डज इट मीन? मींस दे आर रेडी टू गिव. वो देते भी होंगे, ठीक है, हम नहीं ले रहे, कोई तो कोई हर दूसरा तीसरा तो हाँ बोलता होगा, इवन दो इवन अरे मिल रहा है ना, ले लो. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? इवन दो देयर इज नो डिमांड, देयर इज इमेंस सप्लाई. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड वैक्यूम. तो वो वैक्यूम, जब तक देयर शुड बी इनफ फॉर टू create a demand, there should be enough of infrastructure, there should be enough of business happening, then only this NPA will reduce. तो मेरा ये तात्पर्य था ये विषय लाने का. There is a reason, there is a vacuum in the market which has to be filled, which has to be developed. Okay, that developed in sense of demand has to be developed. अब ये vacuum हमारे हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम और इससे क्या रिलेशन है? अब मैं वो SHM के फिगर पे जाता हूँ. What is happening? Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, the CIM is body, it says unemployment ratio is very high at present. ठीक है, कोविड के वजह से बिफोर आई थिंक सो लास्ट ईयर एंड बिफोर लास्ट ईयर इट वाज उससे भी ज्यादा 10% प्लस था, अभी 7.2 समथिंग परसेंट है. Why? And it is still high as compared if you talk about from last 50-60 years. अभी भी ज्यादा है. क्यों है ऐसा? Because supply is more, demand is probably less. एक एग्जांपल देते हैं. Last year, before 2 years, I went to Sri Lanka to assess some university there. There I came to know, वहाँ पे डिमांड बहुत है, सप्लाई कम. इंजीनियर की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं टॉकिंग अबाउट प्रोफेशनल, बाकी तो खैर उसके भी फिगर्स में आएंगे. वहाँ पे क्या प्रॉब्लम? वहाँ पे देयर इज सो मच ऑफ डिमांड फॉर द इंजीनियर, फॉर द सिविल इन रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ मैकेनिकल और लाइकवाइज, बट द इंजीनियर प्रोड्यूस देयर, पॉपुलेशन कम है ना, और कॉलेजेस भी कम है, तो इंजीनियर्स प्रोड्यूसिंग देयर इज लेस, सो 100% प्लेसमेंट होता है. जैसे ही बच्चा पास होता है पूरा का पूरा प्लेस हो जाता है. तो मैंने यहाँ 2-3 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में जहाँ पर भी आया गिवन सेशन, आई सेड यू ट्राई योर, यू विल गेट इट. अब विद अ वेरी गुड पे स्केल. काहे के लिए? इधर हमारे यहाँ क्या हो रहा है, सप्लाई बहुत है, डिमांड इसलिए देते. तो ये डिमांड को बढ़ाने के लिए वी कैन टेक सम इनिशिएटिव. तो वी हैव टू मोटिवेट. कौन डिमांड बढ़ाएगा? हु विल क्रिएट दैट टाइप ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन केस ऑफ मेनी वेज, इट्स नॉट अ बिल्डिंग एंड ऑल दैट. So that infrastructure for that demand has to be created by us only through the students. यही लोग क्रिएट करेंगे, यही लोग कोई फैक्ट्री डालेंगे, यही लोग कोई इनोवेशन क्रिएटिविटी करेंगे इन फार्मिंग और लाइकवाइज और समथिंग एग्री बेस और रिलेटेड इन रूरल बेस और लाइक, so that this demand can be more and then there should be patient. It will take time. It will not happen immediately. दूर का सोचना है तो पॉसिबिलिटी से, not for us, for our future generation. ये ध्यान पे रखें. हमारे बच्चों के लिए we should think about it. ऐसा है, उनके बच्चों के लिए we should. Somehow it will impact us. भले ही हमारे बच्चे कोई फॉरेन में कहीं अच्छे यूनिवर्सिटी में होंगे या कहीं इंस्टीट्यूशन में, but somehow because दूसरे का बच्चा वैसा है तो it will have an impact on us only. It works. इससे रिलेटेड एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. Our house is there. हमारा घर है, हमारा घर बहुत अच्छा है, बड़ा सुंदर है, बहुत अच्छी से रखा हुआ, बड़ी साफ सुथरा रखा हुआ है. It is made with full vastu oriented concept and all that. Everything is fine, but the surrounding of our house, रोड अच्छा नहीं है, लाइट नहीं आ रहा, वहाँ गार्बेज पड़ा रहता है कोने में, कोई बास आती रह रही, कुछ है, प्रॉब्लम से इश्यू है, तो क्या होएगा? Exactly, market value will be very less for that. Or even though if you want the people to come, they will avoid coming to you. तो फिर क्या हुआ? तो क्या होना चाहिए? हमने हमारे आजू बाजू भी क्लीन रहना चाहिए, ये भी ध्यान में रखना है, ये बच्चों को भी सिखाना है. दैट इज आल्सो वन ऑफ द आउटकम फ्रॉम आवर साइड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स रिसीविंग रिकॉग्निशन, रिवार्ड्स, स्पोर्ट्स, इजी. ओके, पार्टिसिपेट इन एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी. यही चीज है, एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी इन द नेबरहुड कम्युनिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंपैक्ट एंड सेंसिटाइजिंग स्टूडेंट्स फॉर होलिस्टिक इश्यूज एंड सोशल डेवलपमेंट. इट इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर. समाज के बारे में सोचने के लिए हमारे को हमारे बच्चों को चेताने की जरूरत है. जब इमेजिन करो कितना सेल्फ सेंटर्ड कांसेप्ट चल रहा है, एवरीबॉडी नोज दिस थिंग. तो हमने हमारी टीचिंग में हमारे सिलेबस कोर्स के अलावा ये सारी चीजें भी बताना है, कुछ एक्टिविटी करना है. अभी एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी हमने हमारे क्राइटेरिया में भी रखा हुआ है. पर्पस इज, देयर आर टू पर्पस. इंस्टीट्यूशन विल बेनिफिट, स्टूडेंट विल आल्सो बेनिफिट इन दिस. If there are issues in the society, बहुत सारे इश्यूज है, हर नुक्कड़ कोने पे चौराहे पे आपको इश्यू दिखेंगे. तो वो इश्यू को सॉल्व करने के लिए अगर हम उस लोकल बॉडी के साथ टाई अप कर लें. हम तो कुछ एक एग्जांपल है, मैं अक्सर देता रहता हूँ. फ्लाईओवर है, फ्लाईओवर में आपको दिखेगा झाड़ दिख रहा है, छोटा सा पीपल का, वो कुछ झाड़ निकलता है, ठीक है. हमको समझता है वो झाड़ दिखने से कि वो फ्लाईओवर को, वो दीवार को वो क्या करेगा थोड़े दिन में. यस, ऐसे ही कोई ओल्ड बिल्डिंग में भी हमको, अब फ्लाईओवर इज ए गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी, ऐसी बहुत सारी गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी में आपको ये सारे इश्यूज दिखेंगे. एग्जांपल के तौर पे शेयर करा, ऐसे तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. तो जब हमको ये दिखता है, हमको लगता है कि हम तो ऊपर तोड़ के निकाल नहीं सकते, तोड़ नहीं सकते, हमारे पास उतना टाइम नहीं है वगैरह वगैरह सोच. लेकिन वो आइडिया इज शुड बी क्रॉप्ड अप इन योर माइंड, अंदर कहीं तो भी सबकॉन्शियस में चला जाना चाहिए. एज अ टीचर हम क्या कर सकते हैं? थ्रू एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी वी कैन फॉर्म सर्टेन कमिटी इन द थ्रू एनएसएस और एनसीसी, और एक सेपरेट कमिटी भी बना सकते हैं बच्चों की, और लोकल बॉडी के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके लोकल बॉडी मीन्स कॉर्पोरेशन हो गया, फलाना फलाना फलाना। कॉर्पोरेशन या कॉर्पोरेशन पीपल या लोकल बॉडी, दे विल बी वेरी हैप्पी। आपको प्रपोजल ले जाओ, बड़ी खुशी खुशी हाँ बोलेंगे, आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे। क्यों? एग्जैक्टली उनका काम हम कर रहे हैं तो बोलेंगे हाँ बिल्कुल। उनका कोई भी काम तुम करो तो हाँ ही बोलेंगे, देख ले। और उनके पास ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स रहते हैं जो वो ठीक है जो भी होगा, उनको उसके डिटेल में नहीं जाएंगे। क्यों जाएंगे डिटेल में? वी शुड कम आउट विद द सॉल्यूशन। तो जब हम कोलैबोरेशन के साथ उस चीज को निकालने का एक ड्राइव निकाल दें, ड्राइव बच्चों के साथ 5 बच्चे, 10 बच्चे, 15 बच्चे, ये भी आउटकम से रिलेटेड है। और करने के बाद यू कम आउट विद अ बैनर, योर ओन इंस्टीट्यूशन बैनर। वो बच्चों की फोटो आना चाहिए, ध्यान रखें। और वो फोटो को कहाँ डालना है? मीडिया में डालो, यूट्यूब में, आपके न्यूज़पेपर में, फेसबुक में, उतना उनको अच्छा लगे, अरे मेरी फोटो आई। जैसे हमको अपना व्हाट्सएप में देख के हमको फोटो, मैंने खुद बोला था, शक्ति जी मेरे से बात कर रही थी तो मैंने बोला अरे यू मेक ए फ्लायर, उसको वो 1 मिनट में क्लिक हो गया। उनको फ्लायर क्यों बनाने को बोला? पीपल डोंट टॉक टू यू और इंटरेक्ट यू अबाउट यू, दे सिंपली गूगल यू। मुझसे कोई बहुत ज्यादा बात नहीं करते, वो गूगल में सर्च करते हैं, गूगल में सारा मिलता है। तो ये मेरे थोड़े दिन पहले, मतलब 1-2-3 साल पहले समझ में आ गया, बोला अभी ये ठीक, ज्यादा कुछ इसमें करना नहीं। तो when you are on मीडिया, फेसबुक में आप अपनी कितनी सारी एक्टिविटीज के आप फोटो डालते हैं ना, अच्छा कपड़ा वगैरह वगैरह, बोलने की जरूरत नहीं। लाइक कितने आए? सबको अच्छा लगता है, एवरीबॉडी लाइक्स। आई डोंट कीप एनीथिंग ऑन फेसबुक, दैट्स अ डिफरेंट। लेकिन वो दैट इज समथिंग व्हिच अट्रैक्ट्स द स्टूडेंट्स अ लॉट। इंस्टाग्राम में उनका हमसे ज्यादा प्रोफाइल अच्छा रहता है। तो when you are putting it, आप उनको कुछ मत दो, push it into media and they will be very well happy. YouTube में डालो, तो उसमें एक तो देखो क्या होता है, ये जो एज होती है ना, in this when they are in the college age, okay they are matured, बोलने को बड़े हो जाते, लंबे चौड़े सब होते हैं, but still they are kid only यहाँ से। तो आप जिस तरह से उसको you carve it, it works into that direction. Remember this thing. आप भले छोटे टीचर हो, बड़े टीचर हो, लेस सैलरी हो, मोटा सैलरी हो, प्राइवेट में हो, अनप्राइवेट में हो, कहीं पर भी हो, बट व्हेन यू आर स्पीकिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट, मीन यू आर कार्विंग देयर माइंड, तो वो गो विद दैट एजेंडा एंड इट वर्क्स। सो व्हेन दे हैव इन देयर सबकॉन्शियस माइंड कि नहीं मुझे समाज के लिए कुछ करना है, और हर बच्चे ने ऐसा सोचना चालू कर दिया, आप देखो मिरेकल नहीं आएगा क्या? स्वच्छ भारत अभियान प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी चलाते हैं, बोल रहे हैं, वो सेलिब्रिटी ला रहे हैं, सब ला रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका एक ही है कि हर एक इंडियंस, एवरी, और हर एक भारतीय ने उस पर विचार करे। तो ये विचार करने का हम करें, हम कर सकते हैं, इट्स इजी। उसमें हमारे को भी बेनिफिट है, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन, आपका प्रोफाइल बढ़ेगा, आपका इंस्टीट्यूशन का प्रोफाइल बढ़ेगा, बच्चों को भी फायदा होगा, आउटकम। राइट, इट वर्क्स वेरी नाइसली। एन नंबर ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर, एन नंबर ऑफ प्रॉब्लम। ऐसे बाहर निकलो, आपको प्रॉब्लम दिखता है, जिसके लिए हम किसको ब्लेम करते हैं? To whom we blame? To a civic body, to the system we blame. Why don't we? अरे 38.5 मिलियन असेट है, मिरेकल्स आ सकता है, मिरेकल्स। वो लोग कुछ पार्टीज जो है उसका फायदा लेके वो क्या क्या करते हैं पता है ना? तो वो ऐसा कर सकते हैं, तो हम क्यों नहीं वैसा कर सकते? हम भी कर सकते हैं। तो ऐसा बहुत कुछ है। देन ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट सेटिस्फेक्शन सर्वे इज ये करियर डेवलपमेंट फॉर द स्टूडेंट थ्रू एलुमनी असेट, एलुमनीज कंट्रीब्यूशन। जितना ओल्ड स्टूडेंट, जितना ओल्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन उतने ज्यादा एलुमनी। इट डजंट मैटर 5 साल 10 साल पुराना भी आपका रहा अगर इंस्टीट्यूशन, लेकिन एलुमनी का एक आप वो तैयार करो, डाटा दैट वर्क्स। रिमेंबर वन थिंग, भले ही वो बच्चा कॉलेज में कभी ना आता हो, ध्यान रखना मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ, दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। भले ही वो बच्चा कॉलेज में कभी ना आता हो और ग्रेजुएट हो जाए उसका, लेकिन he will be very feel proud to say that I was studying in that institution। और आप जब भी उसको बुलाओ किसी कारणवश किसी, तो उसको बहुत खुशी हुई कि वो जाएगा, अपना नॉस्टैल्जिक फीलिंग पे it ignited in his mind. It works with every human nature। सब ह्यूमन नेचर, सब एक जैसे ही होते हैं, दिखते अलग अलग है, सोच एक जैसी रहती है, सब अच्छा ही सोचते हैं, हम सब अच्छे हैं, आप लोग बहुत अच्छे हैं, आप लोग सुन रहे हैं, मैं सबका आई कैन ऑब्जर्व एवरीथिंग, you are something very very good, better than anybody, ऐसा ही, क्योंकि you feel that feeling is coming, yes we can bring a change, that is enough। So when we think like that, means our student also should think like that। So alumni contribution now both in the form of financial एंड नॉन फाइनेंशियल मींस विल मेक अ डिफरेंस। नहीं है पैसा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, उसको बुलाओ, वो कहीं कंपनी में कहीं तो कोई आपको राय देगा, पुशअप करेगा। हाँ, अब ये हो सकता है कि आपका एलुमनी बहुत बड़ा हो, हजारों में भी हो सकता है, तो इन दैट केस दैट यू हैव टू सी हाउ यू हैव टू मैनेज, बट it works for the benefit of the institution. टीचर्स बेस्ड कॉन्सेप्ट, यस, इस पे आते हैं। मैं जब भी बोला था मैं कुछ तो भी मिस करूंगा, इस पे कवर। नाउ टीचर्स बेस्ड आउटकम, यहाँ पे सब आ जाता है। स्टूडेंट तो एक बार का छोड़ भी सकता है, टीचर्स कहीं नहीं छूटता क्योंकि टीचर है। It has responsibility with accountability, even though whatsoever, again, wherever he is teaching, whatsoever he is teaching, whether he is private, government, less salary, more salary, whatsoever, but he is a teacher. So if the student respect, means there is respect for him. It works. So outcome, research project output impact, research papers, ये सब जो करते हैं ना, अच्छा करते हैं, लेकिन इसमें क्या होना चाहिए आउटकम से रिलेटेड, दैट यू नो वेरी वेल। वो ऐसा कोई भी जो भी हम पेपर लिखो या प्रोजेक्ट करो, you should be focused on that aspect only. Number one, very important, where you are interested. बिना इंटरेस्ट के जबरदस्ती अपना don't do. क्यों? You know, फायदा कुछ नहीं उसका। Second, whatever title you come out with, research problem जो बोलते हैं, that should be related with the problem and the society actually, not copy paste from somebody. उसका देखा वो 10 प्रोजेक्ट, जब हमको फर्स्ट ईयर सेकंड ईयर थर्ड ईयर प्रोजेक्ट होते हैं, कोई बोल देते हैं टीचर, वो आप लाइब्रेरी में रखे हैं प्रोजेक्ट, समझिए क्या फायदा, वहीं से सिखाना। अरे आप 10 इश्यू ढूंढ के ला ना, सोसाइटी प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है तुम्हारे फील्ड से रिलेटेड ढूंढ के लाओ ना, 5 इश्यू, वो 5 इश्यू में हम चर्चा करेंगे ना। आप लगे तो वो 5 लोग मिलके एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाओ, 10 लोग मिलके एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाओ। फंडिंग कुछ असिस्टेंट जहां से होता है वहां से, नहीं तो अगर आपको पेपर ही लिखना है, कुछ प्रोजेक्ट कंपल्शन है तो छोटा मोटा ही करो, लेकिन एथिकली करो। यहाँ कहीं तो भी आपको सेटिस्फेक्शन लगना चाहिए। अरे 25 साल 50 साल बाद जब तुम देखेंगे अपना प्रोजेक्ट, तो यू शुड फील यस मैंने यहाँ कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट किया था, ऐसा अंदर खुशी होनी चाहिए। जो कॉपी पेस्ट वगैरह करते हैं ना, दोबारा कभी वो प्रोजेक्ट को कभी नहीं देखते, because they know they have done nothing, only nothing. So that should be our main mantra, कि any sort of our paper writing or project साल में एक ही करना तो ही करना, लेकिन एथिकली ऐसा करो जो समाज को बेनिफिट, सोसायटी को कहीं ना कहीं उसका बेनिफिट हो। अरे हम एकटा माणूस ही सगळं करू शकते, खूप सारा डिफरन्स होता है। वन मैन इज इनफ, वन वुमन इज इनफ, और वुमेन्स में या तो बहुत सारे फीमेल्स, एक लाइन याद आती है बहुत अच्छी, इफ मेंस आर सक्सेसफुल द फैमिली प्रॉस्पर, इफ वुमेन्स आर सक्सेसफुल सोसाइटी प्रॉस्पर। है कि नहीं है? बी प्राउड ऑफ योरसेल्फ, उसके लिए लिखो। सो दिस वर्क्स। IBO, institutional outcome. 5-10 minutes I will spend. Institutional outcome. All what was I saying related to the teacher, student. Now, as an institution, how important it is. Institution is built up. Of course, management build up करते वगैरह वगैरह उनका प्लस माइनस जो रहता होगा, लेकिन हमारा एक ही स्लोगन है, वो इंस्टीट्यूशन को तो अस्तित्व में नहीं होना चाहिए जो समाज के लिए कुछ न करता। Institutions are built to help the society, to build the society, to contribute for the society in some or the other manner. So institution plays a major. हमारा full criteria number 7 is related with it. The intention was that there should be directly or indirectly contribution to the society. जैसे हमने उसमें लगाया हुआ जेंडर इक्विटी, एनवायरमेंट क्वेश्चन, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, इंक्लूजन एंड सिचुएटेडनेस, ह्यूमन वैल्यूज एंड प्रोफेशनलिज्म, these are some criteria, key indicators which we have pushed there. उसमें से one I will explain with gender equity, you know, बहुत लेक्चर सुने आपको, सब मालूम है, फैसिलिटीज एंड वर्कशॉप एंड this inclusiveness and situatedness or environment consciousness and sustainability. Why it is so important, how it works. We have asked some queries, metrics also. We asked that whether the institution has solar panels, whether the institution has rainwater harvesting, whether the institution goes with green practices. ऐसे बहुत ही सिंपल क्वेश्चन पूछे हैं उसमें. पर्पस क्या है मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले शेयर किया. Students when they are with us, when they are in the institution, when we teachers, when they roam around in the institution, they keep on absorbing that thing, whatsoever they get it there, and they percolate in the society. कैसे? एग्जाम्पल है, अगर वो बच्चा देखता है आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग है, या आप रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी या अदर सोर्सेज ऑफ एनर्जी यूज कर रहे हैं, उसमें एक सोलर पैनल भी हो गया लाइक, तो उसको दिखता है कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में ऐसा हो रहा है, एंड दैट इज वर्किंग. उसको क्या करना है, व्हेनेवर वी आर डूइंग लाइक दिस, वी शुड उसको एडवर्टाइज करना. आई मीन यू शुड प्रोजेक्ट इट वेरी नाइसली. स्टूडेंट शुड आल्सो नो कि इसके बेनिफिट क्या है. ठीक है, हम क्राइटेरिया के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, हमको स्कोरिंग के लिए, वेटेज के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, दैट्स ओके, बट हाउ इट इज बेनिफिशियल व्हेन वी आर पुशिंग इट वेरी इमेंसली, so that will percolate in the mind of the student, and the same will go to the society, because when they will be in their house, they will probably start thinking. 100 में से 5 बच्चे भी अगर ऐसा सोचे तो भी बहुत है ना सर. That works. So institution outcome matters. Outcomes can be in the various forms. Example, number of extension outreach program, what we do it as an institution. Already मैंने एक example दिया हुआ है. तो how immensely you are doing it, how frequently you are doing it, that matters a lot. What sort of best practice you are adopting for the same, that matters a lot. तो as an अब institution खुद तो कुछ नहीं कर सकता. As a faculty we are only doing, but in the name under banner of institution. तो इसमें बहुत फायदे ही फायदे हैं. फायदा इन केस ऑफ फैकल्टी, फायदा इन केस ऑफ स्टूडेंट, फायदा इन केस ऑफ सोसाइटी, एंड फायदा फॉर द इंस्टीट्यूशन आल्सो इन द फॉर्म ऑफ आउटकम्स. नंबर ऑफ अवार्ड्स, मेडल्स फॉर आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस, स्पोर्ट्स एंड कल्चर वगैरह, दिस आर स्टूडेंट्स रिलेटेड. लेकिन हमको ये देखना है कि ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट which will benefit to the society, which can make a difference in the form of outcomes. So what we call as institution outcome. So institution outcome is much more wider term because it includes everything. But the purpose of bifurcating it, automatically it will go with an individual responsibility. लेकिन ये सब कौन करेगा? ये सब हम ही करने वाले. ये सब एज अ टीचर हमको करना है, करके दिखाना है, पुशअप करना है. इसमें हमारा भी बेनिफिट है, इसमें you will be also benefited, and of course win-win situation. Okay, next we'll finish it. Percentage of annual lighting, ये सब rain water harvesting already said. Expenditure on green initiatives. या एक चीज ध्यान में, cleanliness कितना एक लाइन बोलता हूँ मैं बहुत बार अपने सेशन में बोलता हूँ, जानबूझ के बोलता हूँ, भले ही लोगों ने सुना होगा तो भी आप में से किसी ने सुना. A place for everything and everything in its place. Probably you might have heard in my session. A place for everything and everything in its place. एकदम सस्ता सा लाइन है, लेकिन इसके मायने बहुत है. कैसे? You are teaching in a class. Okay, so when you take your duster, chalk and all that from your staff room, go to the class, teach, and after completing the teaching process, you come to the staff room, and rather than keeping that your duster, chalk and book in the cupboard where it has to be, if you have that, you keep it in the table, and all the teachers does that business, then what will happen? If the students in your institution, they have that chips packet, chips खाते हैं, वो chips का wrapper डस्टबिन में डालने की बजाय अगर सारे के सारे या मैक्सिमम बच्चे जो नहीं भी सुन रहे हैं या कुछ कम ज्यादा है वो इधर उधर फेंक रहे हैं, चाय का वो कप इधर उधर रख रहे हैं, तो क्या होगा? My line goes, a place for everything and everything in its place. It's the same concept goes in our house also. घर पे भी वैसे ही. घर पे आप जब यहाँ से कॉलेज करके घर जाते हैं 5 बजे, आप गाड़ी घोड़ा जिससे भी घर जाते हैं, उसका चाबी आप की स्टैंड में न रखने की बजाय कहीं पे गलती से, because your mood was not good and you kept somewhere else and you don't know. Okay, and early morning when you have to go to the college at 8 o'clock, you have to log in there and you have to start from your house at 7:30. You start searching the keys and you don't get the keys where it has to be on the keyboard. Then what happens? तो क्या करते हैं हम, हमारे जितने भी घर में हैं इधर रख देते, समझता नहीं खाना है अगर मेल है तो फीमेल को, मतलब अपनी वाइफ को, और वाइफ है तो अपने हस्बैंड को, और दोनों नहीं है तो ले किड, बच्चे ही बचता है। ठीक है, फिर आधा घंटा मतलब 15 मिनट 20 मिनट ढूंढ रहे सब घर इधर उधर कर दिए, चाबी नहीं मिली, चाबी आपका छोटा बच्चा आपके बेड के कहीं तो भी नीचे पड़ा हुआ लाकर दो, तब तक 8 बजने को सिर्फ 5 मिनट रहते हैं, आप कॉलेज पहुंचते हैं लेट हो जाते हैं, लेट मार्क्स लग जाते हैं। ए प्लेस फॉर एवरीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग इन इट्स, this is related with your neat and clean exercise in your institution, in your house, everything. Make a habit, इसको अपने blood में उतार लो and you will find your life is going smooth. So institution outcomes matters a lot for everybody. Every silly things works. Okay, so I will skip this. This last 2 slides. We have to see, but funny है, WhatsApp में से लिया हुआ है, I take the things for WhatsApp and see that it works in favor. Many times life is like this picture, you have the resources but you have poor. ठीक है, तो it depends, as a matured person, as an academician, as a leader of the institution, it is our responsibility, it becomes our responsibility to see that the things should utilize in a proper way, even our this also, इसको भी, क्योंकि ये जो है ना, इसका भी प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन हो रहा है, दैट वी हैव टू थिंक। तो वो अलग स्पिरिचुअल चला जाएगा, तो मैं यही रुकता हूँ इससे रिलेटेड, so that you should think about it works. So this is also very interesting. Simple line is there, for a green forest every tree has to be green. Similarly, for a quality oriented institution, every individual has to be quality oriented. Simply principal, IQAC coordinator, head of the institution, quality oriented, और quality बोलने से काम नहीं चलता, सभी का करते हुए हो जाता है। और मैंने आपको फायदे समझा दिए, what are the benefits of being a quality, इसलिए मैंने स्टार्ट क्वालिटी से की और खत्म क्वालिटी पे कर रहा हूँ। what are the benefit of running for this quality world? It has a great meaning. जब मैं I was also like, तो जब मैं टीचर था, आपके जैसे ही हूँ, अभी भी हूँ, मुझे क्वालिटी बड़ा बोरिंग टाइप का लगता है, आज मैं उसी में हूँ, मुझे क्या क्वालिटी बात करते हैं। जब when we went deep into it works, जब हमने उसको खुद से रिलेट किया, it works, and it works for every individual, believe me. Whether it is a hardcore academician or not, it doesn't matter. Whether it is a very good researcher or not, but you are a teacher, that remains. तो जब हम टीचर बोला अपने आप को, तो हम अच्छा टीचर, बुरा टीचर जैसा भी है, लेकिन हम टीचर है तो हमारे पास है रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी विद अकाउंटेबिलिटी। ये हमारे साथ टैग लग गया, और वो लग गया मीन्स वी हैव टू परफॉर्म, और उसमें हमारा भी फायदा है, स्टूडेंट का भी फायदा, समाज का। ठीक है, तो हमारा गोल कैसा होना चाहिए? अवर गोल शुड बी बेनिफिटिंग द अदर ह्यूमंस, and equally you will get a reward and recognition for that action. और एक एग्जांपल Amazon का, बहुत सुंदर एग्जांपल, इट्स वेरी गुड एग्जांपल, कॉमर्स वालों ने इसलिए इससे याद है। Amazon क्या किया उसने, हाउ Amazon has grown, फ्लिपकार्ट को भी बीट करके ऊपर कर, वो वैक्यूम जो था ना, वैक्यूम ऑफ प्रोवाइडिंग द प्रोडक्ट टू द कस्टमर, आपके होम डिलीवरी विद द गारंटेड रिटर्न इफ इट इज प्रॉब्लमेटिक, जब उसने ऐसा बोला तो लोगों ने उसको धीरे धीरे ही सही, बट आज हर कोई, आप में से एवरीबॉडी, हम भी गो विद दैट बिकॉज़ इट हैज प्रोवाइडेड बेनिफिट टू द अदर ह्यूमन, सो इट इज रिकॉग्निशन एंड रिवॉर्ड। तो वो क्या नाम है अमेज़न का चीफ, जेफ बेजोस, वो वेरी शार्प, इतना हेवीली इन्वेस्टमेंट किया हुआ उसने इंडिया पे, एंड ही इज नाउ गेटिंग अ रिवॉर्ड, रिकॉग्निशन, धीरे धीरे इट इज वर्किंग, इट विल वर्क, डेफिनेटली इट विल वर्क इन द फ्यूचर आल्सो। सो friends, last में one line and we'll end. If we keep doing what we are doing, we will keep getting what we are getting. If we want to get the results we have never got before, then we have to do the things we have. Shabash, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the very passionate session. I hope all the participants could relate with the inputs and would make it a part of their vision. Now I take the opportunity to introduce our next August speaker, Honorable Vice Chancellor, G.H. Raison University, Amravati. Sir has retired as a professor in RTM University and has 37 years of overall experience in teaching and administrative responsibilities. Sir is a doctorate in economics with multiple masters in commerce, arts, and business administration, along with MPhil degree. Sir started his career as a lecturer, reader, associate professor in the Department of Economics at TMNU for initial 25 years. For the next 13 years, Sir has worked as the professor, Department of Economics at TMNU, and was appointed as the head director, Department of Business Management at TMNU. Sir has held the position of a registrar in RTMNU University for the year 2019, followed with the Pro Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor acting in RTMNU. Sir has a great experience of working on statutory authorities and an association with other institutes and organizations for networking. He is recognized for achieving the highest academic honors and awards during his tenure of service. Sir has supervised 32 research scholars who have been awarded a PhD, participated as a resource person in several refresher courses and workshops. He has over 90 research publications and book authorship and participated in the consultation of economists for the Western Region 15th Finance Commission of India under the chairmanship of Sri N.K. Singh held in Riyashda, Pune. He was invited to deliver the lecture on Gandhian thoughts, Swaraj, Swadeshi, Sarvodaya Institute, Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. Sir has successfully concluded projects worth several lakhs for NABARD, UGC, ICSSR, and other major institutions. Sir has participated as a panelist in the discussion of Economy of Maharashtra organized by the Ecometrics Society of India. Sir has actively contributed in the national and international webinars conducted during the COVID period. Sir is a recipient of many prestigious awards such as B.D. Bhave Gold Medal in MA Economics, Seth G.B. Mohta Gold Medal in Economics, J. Nehru Memorial Fund Award for the highest marks in University, Pimparkar Memorial Best Research Paper Award, and many more. I welcome Sir for addressing the meeting.
Yeah. Rice implement. Yeah. Again?
Yes. Just share कर दीजिए सर.
Slideshow.
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 Education, and we wish you all the best for your future endeavor. Friends, the points covered by Devendra Kawade In fact, there is a possibility of some repetition, but I'll try to avoid it as far as possible. When we talk about quality teaching strategies and role of outcome-based education, I will slightly give more emphasis on quality teaching strategies. Kavade sir talked about quality and role of teachers. What strategies we can have in order to have quality in our teaching, that I will try to focus on. Friends, it is well accepted that there is a strong correlation between research, education, and development of a country. So most of the developed countries, if you find the kind of research going on, the way universities have developed, and with the growth of the universities, automatically you find its reflection in the overall development of the country. And therefore, India also started talking about the problem of quality, employability, which I talked about. Students are moving abroad, and that is also the worrisome issue. Of course, there are many initiatives by government, like we have Swayam, different channels, Imprint India, that also you must have heard. Institute of Eminence, where more focus government started giving on those institutes where there is a scope for development. RUSA, all these kinds of initiatives are taken by the government in order to improve the quality of higher education. But how far we have succeeded in developing that culture of quality, and how to develop the culture of quality is the basic challenge, where you have, as sir pointed out, stakeholders' involvement in the process. And there has to be inculcation of some kind of competitive spirit. That is what NAAC is basically doing by giving some kind of grades. And therefore, they have identified quality parameters which are almost 100. There are 99 quality parameters introduced by NAAC, and you find that NAAC is such a dynamic institute. There you find that every time there is some change, and they are trying to achieve that kind of quality. Like direct feedback from student is also quite recent idea of NAAC, where they take the sample of the students. 10% of the total students or 500, whichever is minimum, that is the criteria used by NAAC in order to assess the particular institute. And therefore, outcome-based education, how it is important, because globally now it is required, and what competence students have, how you have developed incubation centers and other kinds of activities, they actually matter most. Now, when we talk about the quality, especially in higher education, what we mean by quality actually, and how this quality has to be a dynamic process. It's a relative term. And how to go ahead and how to improve the quality, that is actually the basic problem. Of course, when we talk about all this, let us accept that there are some accomplishments which we have already achieved and that cannot be neglected. So over the years, with all our difficulties, let us accept that we have done some remarkable things. We retained the freedom of the country, we preserved the unity of India, we remained united for 75 years, we preserved our diversity, strong federalism, center-state relationship, we have successfully maintained over a period of time, and we achieved modest economic progress. However, one has to accept there is desperate crisis, particularly in the field of education. And that crisis we are trying to address. So, what is the measurement of success? So, we value the achievements, we have not measured success properly. That is the basic problem. So there are inflated grades. We feel that if we give more marks to the students, then that would represent the quality of the institute is improving, and therefore there is no application of knowledge or no real skills. That part was neglected for quite a long period of time, and therefore people started saying that our education is becoming meaningless because that education is of no use in practical field, and therefore when we talk about quality education we started thinking outcome and other kinds of issues. So we have to change the way to define education and success. We have defined quality, but at the same time we have to find out to what we can call as successful institutes, and then of course application of knowledge also. We all believe that education is meant for transformative action, and it is believed that intellectuals, pioneers of civilization, has to be found and trained in universities, and that is the role assigned to the universities. That all kinds of intellectual adventures they can take place only in the universities, and therefore it is believed that education can only bring social change. It's an instrument for bringing social change. But the problem is that we are making people fit to fast changing society, but hardly we are bothering about how to bring change in this society. Whatever the changes which are taking place, we started believing that how to get accustomed ourselves to that change which is taking place, but probably we have not succeeded in bringing change in the society, and that I feel is the matter of worry. Of course, all Indian families they take education very seriously, very personally, and then you find that even those who cannot afford to send their children to good schools, you find that they are also now started giving emphasis on good schools, and that is the change which you find in the education sector. And therefore, it is believed that there has to be transformation. Reformation will not be just enough. And therefore, in the kind of challenges we are facing in the education, we absolutely need complete transformation. And the only person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change. And that is how we believe that if you have good education system, then education can make people happy. And how to make them happy is what is required to be trained through the education institutes, because that is the ultimate objective. And therefore, we started believing that just knowledge sharing is not enough in the present day situation. Whatever the knowledge we are trying to impart through the institutions, then after getting knowledge, how to convert it in practice, and then how to enhance it further. That is what we believe as the goal of the education, and improvement in the quality of the education. And therefore everybody started believing that there has to be transformation, and to some extent national education policy they did a good amount of work in order to bring the transformation. Now when we talk about this, many a times we feel that whether it is standardization, whether it is standardized education or standard education, and as Kavadiji pointed out, that every region, every place has some speciality. Why universities must have established in different parts of the country? Like in Gadchiroli, you have Gondwana University. That Gondwana University is established to take care of the resources available in that region. So harnessing resources and bringing development of that particular region is one of the fundamental objectives of establishing universities in different parts of the country. And therefore, we don't believe that all this education system, there has to be standardized kind of education. We want standard education in every university, but it need not be the standardized kind of education. And therefore, depending on the speciality of that region, depending on analyzing the problems people are facing in that region, there has to be development of some courses also. But unfortunately, what you observe that many times students also make the comparison that Nagpur University's course probably is better than Gondwana. So Gondwana University started adopting almost the similar kind of courses which Nagpur University is running. Idea of establishing university is that students must understand the problems, difficulties of that region. And as rightly pointed out by Kavadeji, ours is the society where we did not go for searching the problem. You are actually nearer to the problem. And for any research which we conduct, what is important to understand is what is the problem. We have the problem, only thing is that we are not in a position to see those problems. And that requires sensitivity, that requires samvedanshilta, and that requires to understand that what problem these people must be facing. And then you can develop some technology, you can develop some experiments in order to overcome the problem that society is facing. And that is how education institutes are linked with the harnessing of the resources and with the problems which society is facing. And therefore, now it is believed that most of the innovations which you find, they are undertaken in order to see how those innovations would be able to solve the problems of a particular society. Like tribal women, they won't be ready to give the blood in order to test the hemoglobin. For that, there has to be some kind of technological development where you would be able to test the hemoglobin of tribal women. And that is how some experiments are going on and the development is taking place. And this is how you find that innovations are going on. But there are still many problems which are unsolved. And for that, we want outcome based education where it is not only imparting knowledge, but we believe that there has to be creativity, and therefore we want education, standard education, but need not be the standardized education. And therefore, teachers need capacities of knowledge, passion, compassion is equally important. Not only passion, compassion also. Then only they would be able to understand what difficulties students are facing. Students would be able to understand what difficulties society is facing, and that is how there will be connectivity between the education institutes and the society at large. So we are linking broadly education to workforce. एमबीए में जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स आते थे पहले पूछते थे कि यहाँ का प्लेसमेंट कैसा होता है, और ये प्लेसमेंट कॉन्सेप्ट मैंने एमबीए डिपार्टमेंट में आने के बाद ही सुना, और जितना प्लेसमेंट ज़्यादा उतना वो इंस्टीट्यूट अच्छा, ऐसा एक इक्वेशन बनते गया. But basically, it is not just placement, but there are a number of other things which we have to look at when we talk about the quality of education. Education should make children good democratic citizens. And the mute question which we have seen, are we seeking the standardized or are we seeking to raise standard in education? And raising standard in education is what NAAC and other institutes are doing. And therefore, when we do it, there should not be any kind of burden, either in terms of financial burden or in terms of burden which would find students to cope up that kind of difficulty level. So it should go in a smoother manner. That is what we expect to take place. And therefore, what are the challenges in education sector? I'll try to avoid statistics now because Devendra ji has given so much amount of statistics. Whatever is required, that I will just give it to you, and rest of the things I will skip. 135 crores population, 66 are in the age group of 15 to 45 years. And what we expect, that we want education that can provide human dignity. And whatever the total jobs available now, within 10 years, or probably less than that, 65% jobs will not be in existence. So whatever the teaching, learning process which is going on in the educational institutes, probably it would be redundant or irrelevant after 10 years. And therefore, another challenge is whatever the curriculum we are framing, how to bring change in that curriculum as fast as possible. And therefore, all these, including state universities, we have the rules and regulations in the state universities that once the course is drafted, it will not be changed for 5 years. Now that has to be changed because your situation is changing and jobs which are in existence now will be vanished, and therefore creative thinking needs to be developed, and that knowledge of self or self development on the basis of what you know, that needs to be developed over a period of time. So we have to believe that basically education is a personal process, and to have creativity, it needs to recognize that education is not the standardized kind of process. Every individual, or Tare Zami Pe, or so many movies we find now where they have started showing that how individual is specialized in a particular line of activities, and that needs to be recognized and accepted. So the goal of education, it should be for fueling curiosity, and creativity and education, they are ultimately correlated with each other, and that creativity needs to be embedded in the education system, and that is what we are trying to follow, the outcome based education and other parts. So originally we were having this channel where knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis and evaluation, and after evaluation we used to stop. Now we believe that it is remembering is important, understanding is important, applying knowledge is important, analyzing the problem, observe the problem, analyze the problem, try to evaluate the problem, and then develop some kind of creativity. That is what is expected in the outcome based education, or that Bloom taxonomy we are going to see shortly. So, quality teaching strategies, what can be done relating to this? Most of the things which I will be talking about, NAAC has taken care of from that 7 criteria. So, as we have seen that research, education, development, they have a strong relationship. Then you have internationalization of Indian higher education by a well-crafted policy and positioning India as global talent capital. How can we enhance the thinking level? Tell me and I forget. That is the kind of situation we have. Show me and I remember. But you involve me and I understand. So if you involve students in the various activities, that's why National Education Policy talks about practical training, internship, so that whatever the theoretical knowledge you are gaining, you can see how it can be applied in practice. And if they are involved in that process, obviously that particular area or the topic which they have studied, they would be able to understand in a better manner. So what is important for students to be able to do, and organizing the curriculum, delivery and assessment to make sure learning happens. So therefore, right from framing of the syllabus, we have to keep eye on what is going to be the outcome of this whole process. And therefore, what is quality ultimately? Quality is a relative concept. It's a culture where individuals are concerned with and acknowledge the importance of quality. That obviously indicates that there has to be firm commitment in our mind that we have to perform better and better. And we have been doing in past and plan for better tomorrow. So whatever we did, now we have to do better than what we did earlier. And then whatever we are doing now, we have to plan further better for future. That is what we mean by quality enhancement or quality improvement. And it is believed that no better investment is possible than higher education. And that's how you can improve the quality. Now, this part is covered very well. I'll just try to summarize it, that what role higher education can play. Higher education is required for furthering economic growth, obviously, and it is well recognized that wherever higher education is given importance, you find that countries have started achieving the fastest possible growth. China or other countries' experiences, if you see, the basic ingredient of that growth is education. Of course, it helps to improve the personal income, social development, sustainable development, because people would be made aware that how you have to link the developmental activities with maintaining the ecological balance, and that is how we can have the sustainable development. Trend visible in emerging economies, there we find that GDP growth and increase in enrollments, they are interrelated. When your GR improves, your rate of growth also improves. That is what most of the countries have shown, the higher rate of growth through improved GR. What is the gross enrollment ratio at the moment? It is around 20 to 25%. And the objective is to reach it up to 30% by 2030. And 30% is actually quite less in number compared to other advanced countries, and therefore, in order to improve the GR, the challenge is how to improve the quality also. It's not just quantity but quality, and that becomes an important aspect. How we can conceptualize this quality? So it's a traditionally we say that if curriculum is good, then we say that this institute is providing good quality education. So this is what we consider as the traditional concept in terms of intrinsic value, in terms of framing of syllabus. As conformance to certain specification or standard complies with the requirements specified by client. So many times in many universities, they try to involve the stakeholders like industrialists, and industrialists suggest that this is how we need our HR, human resource, and accordingly you develop the resources. That is also another way of improving quality, and quality as effectiveness in achieving institutional goals. So what is your vision, what is your mission? Accordingly you are framing the objectives, and then your syllabus and curriculum is framed in that direction. Quality as transformation, as enhancement or improvement, and it also includes representation of diversity. Therefore NAAC talks about that number of students, how many are from outside Maharashtra, how many are from other countries, and it is believed that if you have diversified group of students, that probably helps to enhance the quality in the higher education. What is happening in world-class universities, and why we consider that these are the universities which are top, and all kinds of rankings, if you see that they are the top 100 universities, there basically they are all research intensive universities. Nobel Prize winners, you would find most of the Nobel Prize winners in these world class universities. There you find that knowledge creation. It's not just imparting particular knowledge, but whatever knowledge they gain, they try to improve it further. So there is creating new knowledge out of the process, technological leadership. The kind of technology development taking place in most of the countries, there you find that they are the pioneers of bringing certain new technologies, basically coming out of what we consider as world-class universities. Set trends for academic excellence, academic reputation. So always we talk about London School of Economics, we talk about Harvard University. All these universities, they have gained names mainly because of the kind of contribution they made in terms of the technological development. So employer reputation, that also matters, that where these students ultimately are getting their employment, and student to faculty ratio, research citation by faculty member, proportion of international faculty and students, how universities have succeeded in attracting faculty members from outside universities, how many students are joining that university, that becomes what you can consider as the goalpost for achieving the world-class universities. And therefore Stanford and other kinds of universities, you find that they have achieved these targets, and there you find that the ranking of these universities is rising. Of course, there is surge in quality assurance initiative, where we have expansion and diverse nature of institution. Why we are bothering and why NAAC is talking so much about improvement in quality? Because the experience in India is private sector is expanding than public support institutions. And that is the reality which we have been observing in Nagpur and other places of the country. If you see how many colleges are non-grant, and now the terminology is permanently non-grant, and how many colleges are granted colleges, then you will find that out of the 650 colleges, hardly 150 colleges are granted colleges in Nagpur University, and majority colleges, they are non-grant colleges. And that is the trend which you find in most of the places, in most of the states. But of course, there are certain states like Uttarakhand where there is no concept of private college. All colleges are government aided college. To some extent, MP is also doing in the same manner. But there are major states where you find that there is a privatization. So marketization has taken place, privatization has taken place, and therefore public financial resources, they are decreasing. But at the same time, you find that there is a demand for better and better public services. And because of that, you find that there is a new public management approach and internationalization where we started believing that you need the quality assurance system. So what are the different phases involved in it? So when we talk about the outcome-based education, how it starts? Basically, why we have to go for NAAC? The reason is that there are certain serious doubts about the functioning of the institutes. And these doubts, they are in terms of educational standards. And how to improve these educational standards? So NAAC must be having doubt when it started in 96, 98, 94. And that time there must be some kind of doubtful situation that how these institutes which are functioning independently as private institutes, whether they are achieving the goals laid down, whether they are helping the society or not. And therefore, because serious doubts about educational standard, you have the role of quality assurance. So to my mind, quality assurance is there, and everybody has started talking about quality because all these institutes which are functioning, probably the time has come to see that whether they have succeeded in achieving what they are supposed to achieve. UGC has granted those institutes, AICT is looking after those institutes, but apart from these institutionalization, you need additional assessment, and because of that, you find this role of quality assurance kind of things appear. So identifying the substandard educational programs, जैसा देवेंद्र जी ने कहा कि जो ये नहीं कर रहे हैं उनको बंद ही होना चाहिए. So how you will stop them? That means you have to identify the institutes which are substandard. And if they are substandard and if they are not fulfilling the basic requirement, then they have to be closed or they have to improve it further. That is what the quality assurance role that way is important. From where you get the information? You get the information from the report which you submit. So descriptive report or performance indicators laid down in that report. And after observing those indicators, you yourself is giving information regarding the functioning of the institute. But nowadays, NAAC requires proof also. And therefore, documentation plays very, very important role. 70% assessment is based on what information you are providing. 30% is based on that peer review committee which would visit your institute. And therefore, that documentation and proof for whatever the activities you have conducted, that is important in order to see that how these doubts you can clear it by providing the proper information. There is a doubt about the efficiency of the higher education system and or institution, and therefore role of quality assurance is public accountability, creating quality awareness in institutions. That is how we are conducting this workshop, and speakers have pointed out that how you can improve the quality, what needs to be done in order to establish the link with the society, how you can be helpful for the agriculturists, how you can be helpful for the industrialists. That is the kind of awareness we are developing, with the help of the quality assurance program. Of course, again, the information is provided by descriptive strategic report which you are submitting, and outcome is related to quality of institution. How your board of studies are functioning, how they are preparing the syllabus, doctoral research committee, how they are giving registration for the PhD students, what mechanism you are adopting. These are the indicators with the help of which one can find out whether the institutes or universities they are achieving that particular quality or not. That is assessed by NAAC, and therefore all those criteria ultimately are relevant and important in order to see how these institutes are improving their quality. Along with that, we always talk about internal quality assurance cell, and that plays very important role. पर हर जगह क्या होता है, वो IQAC जो है वो एस्टेब्लिश हो जाता है और जिसको वो जिम्मेवारी दे दी वही बेचारा देखते रहता है, बाकी सब दूर रहते हैं. That is not expected in this IQAC functioning. IQAC का एक कोऑर्डिनेटर बोलो या डायरेक्टर बोलो, पर उसके साथ बाकी लोगों ने जुड़ के काम करना चाहिए, और वो काम सिर्फ NAAC की रिक्वायरमेंट फुलफिल करने के लिए नहीं है. IQAC once it is established, it is expected कि NAAC का काम होने के बाद भी वो IQAC से चलते रहेगा. पर अनुभव ऐसा है कि IQAC का काम NAAC आने तक शुरू हो जाता है और NAAC जाने के बाद खत्म हो जाता है. This is in most of the institutes you find. IQAC plays very important role. और काफी बार ऐसा होता है कि in some institutes, in some good colleges, they have some good programs, but जब NAAC कमेटी आती है तो वो प्रोग्राम दिखाने का रह जाता है कुछ कारणवश. उसके लिए IQAC ने बार बार देखना चाहिए वो जो स्ट्रेंथ है हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट की, और जो NAAC हमेशा एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि यू ट्राई टू आइडेंटिफाई योर स्ट्रेंथ. वो स्ट्रेंथ्स अच्छे से आइडेंटिफाई नहीं होते और कमेटी जाने के बाद ख्याल में आता है अरे हमने ये दिखाना चाहिए था उनको. ये होना नहीं चाहिए, इसलिए IQAC का काम it should be on a regular basis. So it is internal governance and management of quality. So we have to find out how stakeholders they are participating in the process of improving quality, students, teachers, and key institutional leaders. Compliance to the regulatory body or external quality assurance agency, that is NAAC, that becomes an important driver. एक आपको एक दिमाग में रहता है कि नहीं कमेटी आ रही है, इसलिए IQAC का काम थोड़ा अच्छे से होने लगता है, and that is the driver. NAAC is the driver for IQAC. But unfortunately होता क्या है कि probably we focus more on compliance. और एक बार compliance हो गया, रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गया, NAAC कमेटी हो गई कि compliance हो गया, and there our business ends. Internal quality assurance cell is established in order to have the sustainability in the quality, and that is how there can be quality culture. So what needs to be remembered that once the IQAC is formed, it has to be on a sustainable basis. Pahli cycle ho ya second cycle, third cycle, it should be continued, and that is what is called as quality enhancement. And that quality enhancement would take place if IQAC is considering what we did in the last cycle, what changes required to be made. When you see the report of that committee, they suggest that these are the areas where you are lacking, and that is how IQAC has to take care of those issues in order to improve the quality. So this is as far as the first part of today's theme, that is quality teaching, is concerned. The topic is so important because we are discussing outcome-based education along with quality, and majority of you must be knowing about Bloom's taxonomy. On the basis of that, outcome-based education system is developed. So there are different levels of teaching, levels of understanding, and therefore it is believed that when we talk about the improvement in quality, particularly in the field of academics, it is expected that these levels you should cross after a certain period of time. So level 1 is if brain simply memorizes, their mental skill is sufficient. So memorizing without understanding. और इसलिए ये नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में रोट लर्निंग पे काफी बात की गई है और ये रोट लर्निंग कैसा डेंजरस होते जा रहा है और इसलिए चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम और फिर उसमें इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी सिस्टम ये सब किसके कारण आया? बिकॉज इट इज रियलाइज दैट स्टूडेंट्स ऑफरिंग पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट they are learning those subjects by heart, but whatever the subject they are learning, it is not used in practice, and therefore there are different levels that needs to be understood. Of course, level 1 is important, but that would be important in order to memorize. Level 2 is when student understand logic behind it. That is question of why rather than what. और ऐसा होता है, हम सभी को मालूम है और इसलिए चर्चा करने में कोई हर्ज नहीं। हमको मालूम है कि जब सेटिंग के लिए हमारे पास क्वेश्चंस आते हैं तो हमको क्वेश्चंस सेट करते वक्त सिलेबस सामने रहा तभी चल जाता है, और जिसने वो सिलेबस नहीं पढ़ाया वो भी क्वेश्चन पेपर आराम से सेट कर सकता है, क्योंकि उसको लिखना है व्हाट, जस्टिफाई, एल्यूसिडेट बहुत ही ज्यादा हो गया तो, और ये जो है कॉन्सेप्ट वो उतने ही मालूम हो गए तो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट यू कैन फ्रेम द क्वेश्चन। दिस इज व्हाट इज रियलाइज। और इसलिए ये जो था अभी तक के ये व्हाट व्हाई वाला, ये कैसा इसको बाजू करे, इस पे चर्चा बहुत हो रही है। उसमें ओपन बुक सिस्टम भी आ गई, और ओपन बुक में आप ऐसे क्वेश्चन सेट ही नहीं कर पाते हो, एंड देयर इट रिक्वायर्स दैट टीचर्स मस्ट हैव एबिलिटी टू फाइंड आउट एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चंस. They have to frame the questions on their own. Then only you can have the open book system of learning and other kinds of things. And therefore, level 2, when students understand logic behind it, question of why rather than what, how they work, why they are needed, all these kinds of questions become important. Level 3 is application level. How to apply in real life. How will you deal with the situation? And whatever the theoretical aspect you have learned, you have to see how to apply in practice. Differential calculus, integral, all these things in mathematics, in statistics, standard deviation, correlation, all these things we learn. We learn by heart all kinds of formulas. But when question comes about implementing, about making use of these tools for solving certain research problem, और मेरा अनुभव ऐसा है कि जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स, मेजॉरिटी वो प्रेजेंट करते हैं, बताते हैं कि आर स्क्वायर वैल्यू इतनी है, आर वैल्यू इतनी है, और फिर उनको पूछा जाए कि इसका लॉजिक क्या है तो कहता है कि नहीं ये मैंने नहीं किया, वो स्टैटिस्टिकल कंसल्टेंट से उनको मैंने ये काम दिया था। ये एक्सपेक्टेड उसमें नहीं है। What is expected is you have learned that technique, those techniques, why you have used it, and what results you are obtaining, that requires logic. और इसलिए हर एक सब्जेक्ट की फिलॉसफी है, और ये फिलॉसफी हर एक को समझनी चाहिए, इसलिए उसको PhD बोलते हैं, because that philosophy of that subject you have learned, and that's why you are awarded that PhD. But वो philosophy कब समझोगे? When you cross that levels. And that is what is expected in the higher education system framework. And therefore, level 3 represent that whatever you have studied, how you have applied it. And level 4 is basic knowledge is used for something new. And there we expect out of the box idea, to which you call as creativity. And that out of the box idea you can develop if you look at the problem from that point of view. सिर्फ एग्जाम पास करने के लिए वो यदि पढ़ा तो then there cannot be the creativity, and therefore it is realized that now time has come to see how to set the question papers. वहीं से evaluation process शुरू हो जाती है। and ये भी हो सकता है जैसा देवेंद्र साहब ने शुरू में कहा कि you have different criteria for judging the performance of teachers. ये भी हो सकता है कि स्टूडेंट्स का इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस कैसा है वो भी जज करने की अभी शायद सिचुएशन आ जाएगी, बिकॉज वी बिलीव दैट इट्स अ पर्सनल प्रोसेस, एंड हर एक स्टूडेंट की क्वालिटीज कुछ अलग अलग है, तो ये जब कंटिन्यूअस इवैल्यूएशन होता है, कंटिन्यूअस इवैल्यूएशन वी एक्सपेक्ट कि एवरी इंडिविजुअल स्टूडेंट उसमें क्या खमियां हैं और क्या अच्छी चीजें हैं, दैट यू शुड बी एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई सो दैट he would be useful for the further development of the country as in terms of human resource in real sense. And that's why that evaluation process is important. And therefore, that creativity is ultimately linked with what kind of changes are taking place in the education system. And the highest level, that is evaluation level, to make judgment of critical thinking, and then whatever the research, whatever the analysis you are making, that is applied in practice, and people get Nobel Prizes for that kind of contribution. Because you are developing some idea on the basis of what they have done earlier, but it's a new idea. Like Abhijit Banerjee, he received along with his wife Doplo Nobel Prize for working on poverty. Now, poverty is discussed, elaborated, researched by several scholars, but you find that something different. Randomization of thought and randomization of sampling, and on the basis of that, they arrived at some conclusion which was unique, and that is what is expected in terms of out-of-box idea. And there you have imagination, and that is relevance of imagination. How to develop imagination in the minds of the students, और उसमें जैसे देवेंद्र कावाड़े जी ने जो अलग अलग स्टोरीज बताई, वो स्टोरीज इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए है कि योर इमेजिनेशन स्टार्ट्स. जैसे पहले हमारे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स स्टोरीज बताते थे, अभी वो काफी खत्म हो गया हर जगह. और वो स्टोरीज से क्या होता था, वो भला ही फैंटासीज रहती थी और उसमें इमेजिनेशन डेवलप होना शुरू हो जाता था. एंड दोज स्टोरीज दे आर इंपॉर्टेंट. And there you have imagination. So knowledge will teach you what is already been discovered. Imagination will give you everything that has not been discovered. And that is what is expected when you go for the different levels. And therefore, that concepts relating to creativity, they are imagination, creativity, and then you find innovation. So ultimately, we want that there has to be innovative ideas, but the precondition for innovation is imagination, precondition for innovation is creativity, and then you find that some new technologies are coming up and new technologies are developed. So imagination is ability to bring in mind things that are not in existence. And therefore, all these stories which we used to hear, they were all from something out of fantasies. That was not the real stories, but that is how it helps to develop your imagination. Then you have creativity, that is putting your imagination to work. It can be considered as outcome, and it's an applied process. And then you have innovation, that is putting idea into practice, and therefore developing creative capacities represent the process of having original ideas that have value, and it's a process and not an event. And this is how this process needs to be continued over a period of time. That is what we are expecting from all these educational institutes, where we want that if this process is continued, then only we would be able to contribute in the process of generation of some new technological development, new innovations. And that's why it is realized that research plays an important role in any field you consider. Either it is social sciences or it is engineering or any area. How far you have succeeded in solving the basic society's problem. Maybe by using some technological development, maybe by bringing some kind of theory which can be converted in policy. So what should be the objective of the education institute? Learning theory is the basic thing, but that theory needs to be converted in practice. If it is converted in practice successfully, that becomes the government's policies. And once it becomes policy, you find that economy is going on a particular track. That is what we expect in the quality education. I'm well aware about the fact कि खाने का टाइम होते जा रहा है, पर I feel that you should ask questions if you have any. We will be happy because Devendra is also here and we are lucky that he is here today. So whatever minutest doubts, questions you have in mind, please ask. We'll try our best to respond to it and we'll try to answer those questions. I will stop here, but I'm keeping some time for solving your queries and addressing your questions. Thank you. Please be free and you can ask your questions in any language.
आइए सर, ये दोनों सेशन के क्वेश्चंस एक बार एक ही इसमें लेते हैं.
Sir, I have a question, sir. So whenever we are doing research, it's more about funding, which we always lag in, sir. So if I want to do funding and being not aided college, so
Funding?
for research process, sir.
Uh-huh.
So we not being an aided college, so what is the funding procedure we can go?
Okay.
Recently, if you see the union budget, last year's actually, there is a NRF, National Research Fund, and that is kept aside for such kinds of institute. It's a good amount, but that amount is kept aside for 5 years. And every year, those allocations will be made not only to the aided institutes, but even non-aided institutes, they would be eligible for that funding. So NRF is the starting point, and it is realized that many institutes, they are suffering and they are not in a position to undertake good research work because of lack of sufficient finance, and that is the effort made by our finance minister. But for that, you have to apply to the concerned ministry and let us try to work out that how that funds will be released for these kinds of institutes. And it is established in order to cater to the needs of the institutes which are established in these regions, underdeveloped regions, where you don't get adequate funds from other agencies. And therefore, we can try that. Any other question?
I think, sir, the session was really informative and it has actually awakened a lot of thoughts in us also regarding, I don't know, sir, when I started thinking earlier in Indian constitution, I think गुरु सबसे ऊपर होता था. धीरे धीरे हमने ऐसा रियलाइज किया कि हम, लेकिन आज समझ में आया कि नहीं, गुरु का स्थान वही है जहाँ था. एंड मैंने एक शायरी गाली सर आपके लिए.
क्या और वो शायरी होने दीजिए, पर थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं क्वेश्चंस का वेट कर रही हूँ. आप प्लीज क्वेश्चंस है तो पूछिए.
नहीं, ये अच्छा है, बीच में आपने वो वैक्यूम जो है वो आपको.
सर, एनी क्वेश्चंस रिलेटेड टू दैट? यस सर.
Good afternoon, sir. So I have a query. Like it has been said that in the NAAC, 70% of the weightage has been given to the documentation and producing the relevant documents, evidences. And at the same time, as Dr. Devendra sir has said, we need to develop a culture of PEEP, that is place for everything and everything at plus. I wish to ask that how this is relevant in this sense. That is, how does it place for everything and everything at place can be used in having a proper documentation for getting a good NAAC. Thanks.
And
प्रवीण कुमार वानखडे.
रवी जी, मी तुमच्याकडून शिकलो आज की मी एब्रिव्हिएशन नाही
मला पण खूप छान प्रभावित केलेलं होतं. बरेच दिवसापासून आज बरेच दिवसानंतर हा शब्द आपल्या तोंडून ऐकलेला छान वाटलं.
Wow. So Ravi ji, it's very simple what you have asked, but it's okay, relevant, it's good. documentation is not only for NAAC, it's for everything. एवढं सोपं आहे जसे we keep the documentation related with our certificate right from SSC, HSC, first year, second year, final. Why we keep it? That you know why we keep it. And if we don't keep it nicely, then what happens? That also we know. So the same way we have to relate it with each and every of our activities when we do. Example, if you are in NSS, if you are in NCC, or if you do any sort of related activity for the institution for your own growth, you have to keep a record of the same on a daily basis. Daily basis, I am telling you, it's essential. Keep it properly, either it is in computer folder, nowadays everybody has a laptop and computer, you keep it in a folder or in a physical form, if you are keep a proper filing. If it is too much piled up, then you can give a responsibility to your subordinates and all that will work very effectively. But I am using the word daily basis. You have attended these seminar conferences, it has a dual benefit. Okay. Dual से ज़्यादा होते हैं तो that you know better. Number one benefit is that you know it goes without saying. What? Certificate. So that is one record. Second benefit, that is an intangible benefit that if you have made it tangible, that will work in your favor. So record of many things, if it is in physical form, it works. If in virtual form, also it works. So NAAC basically asks the documentation because it is something objectivity is there. Maximum objectivity is there, what sir was also saying. Now this percentage ratio differs, but it has worked very nicely. It has enforced the institution to come out with a proper record for the same, and it is working and benefiting both as an individual and as an institution also. Okay? Yes.
And the advantage is you yourself would come to know कि कौन से ग्रेड तक आप जा सकते हो. After submitting the document, आपको NAAC कमेटी आते तक broadly ये idea आ जाएगी कि आपको कहाँ तक आपके ग्रेड पर जा सकते हैं. That is an advantage of the 70%. यानी वो जो रहता था ना कि क्या मिलेगा क्या मिलेगा, आपको समझ जाएगा. काफी यानी broadly एक idea है.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, I have a question that in criteria 2, we categorize students in two categories. One is advanced learner and the other one is the slow learners. Sir, what about the students in between, where the maximum mob actually lies?
The name, please.
Sir, Kanchan Tiwari.
Kanchan, wow, tricky question. We also did not thought about it. It's okay. So in between, we all are in between only. Average. So average people are much more smarter than both the cases. Yes.
That's why I'm asking this question because they do lot many activities for the slow learners as well as for the advanced learners. But there's nothing as such mentioned for the people who are in between.
Of course, we see what happens. Naturally, the students, if you talk about either there is slow or advanced, there is a bifurcation. Like there is a meaning, there is an intention. Slow learners means naturally those who are poor. You would go with that. What are the courses we run? I don't remember now. Bridge courses, what do you call? Evaluated courses. तो है उसके अलावा remedial classes. Yes, that was the point. Seasoned person. See, ये फर्क पड़ता है. So remedial classes and all that, it is called slow learners and all that. Now advanced learners related, what are the things you do it, that is really a big one. Advanced learner means it includes everybody now. Only we are focusing on the slow learners. Specifically this concept is slow learners, advanced. Slow learners, the maximum focus is there so that you should bring them into swing. That is an intention. So advanced learners with those students who are good enough, you can use them for the betterment for other students also and for their own benefit and institution. In this way, it may work out. Okay, but there is no such middle level and all that. It is either this or that. It is like that with bifurcation. So we have come out with.
Sir, that's the reason I asked this question because majority number of students lies in that category only.
Where, which category?
Sir, in between. Because for them only there is no provision even in NAAC.
It depends upon institution. No NAAC doesn't have any provision. NAAC pushes the things through its policies and encourage the institution to move ahead, to take a step ahead. ओके, इट एनकरेजेस स्टूडेंट कुछ भी करना है, कोई पेपर लिखना, प्रोजेक्ट लिखना, एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी या स्लो लर्नर्स, एडवांस लर्नर, टीचिंग इन आईसीटी एंड ऑल दैट, or proceed with the PhD, number of PhD percentage of students, teachers who have done PhDs or who have very well with ICT teaching process. Why we are we are encouraging the institution, especially they should take a step ahead. They should think about it. Slow learners, they should think about it and see that they can come out in the, they can be brought in the mainstream. That is an intention. There is no such called this middle level and all that concept. Either you, if the slow learners are there, that's fine, then you can help them. If the good students are there, you can take them their benefit for the students who are unable to cope up with that. So there can be. Now, iska philosophically more, if you do go deep into it, you can form your own formulas and proceed with. You are free enough to make your own concept. That is the thing. Okay, but it's a good question. I will definitely put it in line somewhere, and I will also ask.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other question? Sir, everyone is worried about their own criteria.
अच्छा है.
Yes, sir. Good to see that. Yes.
Sir, I would like we have mentioned the internship programs. So we are ready to send the students for internship, but is the industry ready to accommodate them?
Unless industry accept, how you will send it.
Yes.
So you
How
have
to
to
deal with that?
you have to come out with the options related to it. We have a number of industries where we can send our students for internship. But internship, practical training, we have kept it in criteria number 1. That is compulsory. Even in we are introducing provisional accreditation, there also we have kept all this thing. Even though if the institution is 1 year old, still we have kept it that there should be practical exposure to the student. Internship is as good as same. So we have to come out with the options. Means industry may whether there is a demand or then several industries are there. It is not internship should be related specifically with the industry only. With their own stream. It depends upon what sort of program or the course you are running. In that area only you should provide them the practical exposure. That is an intention. It is the need of the hour. Every student should have. Then only the daring will be there. Many of the places I have found that students go with without going internship, they get a certificate and all that. That remains of no use.
We make it compulsory so whoever is not being able to get the internship.
We should have an option. What we should do, we should go with the strategy. Our own faculties, we should come out with some list of
I feel that industry should also be made aware about this kind of linkage.
So there can be social internship also.
Yeah,
exactly. There can be several ways. So we should come out with our own plan. We put this on the table in front of your own good faculties. Yes, exactly. Various ways can you will find new ideas are popping.
So that's why there has to be continuous interaction of the faculty members with the industry also. Then only they will get some confidence that these students would be helpful to them. And industry is one of the stakeholders of the whole education process. Yes. That is realized now. So they have to get involved in the activities which we are conducting, so that they would realize that these students would be of great help to them.
I will quote one example. One university I remember in South, they send their teachers for training in industry.
It is a very good concept. We should be trained.
So what happens because of that? They are able to come out with their syllabus, course and program on their experience. It's like practically.
That's why it is suggested now while framing your syllabus, you involve industrialists. और अपने यहाँ भी act में भी there is a separate provision that you have to involve those industrialists in academic council, senate, so that it is expected that they will give some inputs in order to improve your curriculum.
Good afternoon, sir. This is regarding the criteria 5, student support and this thing. In that, students who are joining their parents' business is not accepted. Because majority of the cases, it is seen that students initially join the parent business and then he starts his own. But as per NAAC, a student, if they are joining their parents' business, is not considered. So is there any solution? Because many of the students are doing this in RTI.
Yes, RTG, you are right. There is no such metric. I think so. In my slide itself, I shared that all these things are not included in our criteria. There should be, except it. Key placement है, higher studies में they are going. That is also there. They are going for some competitive. That is also there. What about their own business if they are joining? What about if they are joining some going with some profession? Many of the people, students may go with some profession. They can be musician, they can be singer or artist like that. That is not there.
That should be considered as entrepreneurship.
No, sir, entrepreneurs are considered, but then they need to have the business registered under their name. But normally, what students are doing, initially they are joining their parents' business. The business is registered in the name of parents. That NAAC is not accepted.
But there it is first generation entrepreneur, second generation entrepreneur.
Yes,
like that.
That is not accepted.
You are right, but counting of the same will be very difficult probably, so it has not been kept, but it is in pipeline. This is of course in pipeline. This we know very well, but counting how we will do it. So because evaluation of that process should also happen. Everything when we keep it in front of for assessment accreditation for the institution, then it is also should be countable in some or the other way. So that becomes difficult. But it is in pipeline, probably in near future it may definitely happen. So what we talk about outcome based accreditation, that is also important.
Yes, thanks.
Any other question? I think Aarti ma'am had the most valid question because she caters to the maximum high class business students coming to her college. Yeah. So shall we conclude? And sir, I'll conclude with the shairi I had chosen for you. I really liked it and I've read this before also. But वो यूँ कहते हैं कि खुद से जीतने की जिद है, मुझे खुद को ही हराना है. This is for every one of us. Sir says it is self-development and we should look for self-development now. मुझे खुद से ही जीतने की जिद है, मुझे खुद को ही हराना है. मैं भीड़ नहीं हूँ दुनिया की, मेरे अंदर एक ज़माना है. Thank you so much, sir. With these words, post lunch session will be at 2 o'clock, and I request please join us for lunch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the third session of our NAAC seminar.
Speaker.
For this session, Dr. Dini Menon. Ma'am is a recognized supervisor in the PhD section of RTMNU. She is a doctorate in commerce and has a multitude of master's degree in commerce, economics, business administration, MPhil and MIRPM. She is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Commerce, Hislop College. She has guided a research project related to the working of human resources in teaching and non-teaching in CBSE schools in Nagpur city. She has also guided a project studying the pros and cons of teenagers using internet in the Nagpur city. Ma'am has 7 books published and a multitude of research papers. Ma'am is also in charge of the IQAC cell as well as College Research Advisory Board. Ma'am is a recognized counselor for IGNOU and she is a TCS trainer for the add-on courses. Welcome, ma'am. Please address the gathering.
audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Screen is visible? Screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everybody. Respected Principal Dr. Amina Valli, IQAC Coordinator Shraddha Sharma, Organizing Committee Member of National Seminar, and all the respected participants. It's my privilege to speak and interact with good academicians from different prestigious institutions. In next 1 hour, I will be sharing my views on best practices for quality enhancement in teaching and learning process. That is the topic suggested to me by the organizer. So thank you for once again giving my decision. So as you can see that Swami Vivekananda quoted that we want that education by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on one's own feet. Rightly said. And we, as a teacher, plays an important role in character as well as career of the student by providing them quality teaching and learning environment. Today, we can experience the transformation of traditional to modern teaching. We all are experiencing this thing. Traditionally, a teacher was only limited to the syllabus in the process of teaching. But you can see that now teacher has become an architect for students because students wanted to have extra knowledge with course contents. You can observe these things. When we are going to teach the syllabus in the class, we can see that they already know the things, what is involved in the syllabus. They want something extra from the teachers, which is related to current topics, current affairs. So that's why I mentioned that we are the architect, facilitator, counselor for the student. Therefore, the role of teacher as well as HEI is also added as a counselor as well as the facilitator who helps students to update their knowledge and develop various skills to compete in this competitive market for career opportunities and for their self-growth. In today's time, we are talking about outcome-based education system to inclusive education and the blended learning. There's a talk of term everywhere now, outcome-based education system. Everyone is concentrating, everyone is planning for that. Everyone is thinking about what will be the outcome of education for the student. So what is outcome-based education system? It's a student-centric education. It focuses on measuring student performance, that is outcome at different levels, not only academically, not only examination point of view. It is at different levels we are measuring the outcome of the result, output, which is given by the student. So teaching and learning methodology in this education system includes course delivery, assessment is planned to achieve stated objectives, education system includes. So these are the different things we are practicing in the teaching and learning. In recent times, UGC also promoted for blended learning system. It is a style of education in which students learn via electronic and online media, as well as traditional face-to-face teaching. And we call it as a hybrid learning. Today also you can experience that. Because of this technology only, I'm unable to visit the venue. That's why I am on virtual mode. So things are changing day by day. Same, the teacher have to change for the students. Because students are techno-savvy now. And we as a HEI, we are the representative of HEI. Here I am more stress giving on the teacher's role. in the teaching learning process. So we have to see that how we are facilitating, how we are the pillar of this education system, how we are providing new innovative technologies to the new generation. It is also traditionally observed that students always follow the knowledge shared by their teachers in the process of learning. But now, in modern method of teaching and learning, with inclusion of digital technology, very important. Because of digital technology, the students acquire information and knowledge from various sources. So here the responsibility of teacher is also increased and the role also has been changed. Now teachers have to adopt different new techniques, innovative techniques, as well as how to share their thoughts on different aspects of the various topics, which helps overall development, inculcating the values and leadership quality among students. These days, we are implementing new practices of teaching with the purpose of quality enhancement by inclusive education method. As statistics shows that when we Google it or we see the statistics, we find that in India, we have 300 million students out of our whole population. And out of 1700 million in the world, we have a majority 300 million students with us. That is the 25% population, total population. So you can see that once you capture this 25% of population, it's train other remaining, that is 75%. So in this technical world, students have less patience that we can observe. They want everything easily and quick. Their interest also changes very fast. But in this competitive world, they have to groom themselves with many factors. We can't say that if he is academically good, so he will get the success. No, in overall, he should be a multi-talented if he have to achieve a higher step success in his life. And here, that's why we as a teacher plays an important role into it. That's why our topic suggests that different practices we have to adopt for quality enhancement in teaching learning process. Very important. Here I have to like to quote one example. Pizza. We everyone order. It's a small, simple example. We all ordered the pizza. But anybody ordered only pizza base? No, we want pizza with full of toppings. Olive, double cheese and butter. So many things we see when we order the pizza. Same is with students. If they are getting the degree, the employer or the industry or who is job seeker is seeing that what are the extra activities he done in his education field. So these activities are very important. It's a responsibility of every student to develop themselves with various skills like soft skills, communication skills, as well as with this, they have to develop value-based education also, such as human values, professional ethics, gender sensitivity, such as likewise. And teacher and HEIs play a major role in this process of quality enhancement of teaching and learning process and by shaping the responsible citizen of the country. Thus, it is well said that what you do on daily basis, even though imperfectly done, will bring far better result than what you do perfectly but on irregular basis. That's why it is the responsibility of each and every teacher, because we are the moderator, we are the creator. Today also we play an important role in the teaching learning process. Everything available for the students. But you can see that the student who is interacting with the teachers entering into the college campus, participating in different activities, he will be a different person. So that's why always as a teacher, we have to try that what we can give new for our students. Here especially we are talking about teaching and learning or the process. We can't stay that old method of lecture method. Because by lecture, the student will be bored. We have to adopt new improvement, and this corona help us to think creatively. We applied many methods, new technology, new innovative ways to teach our students. So that will definitely help us to bring a different aspect of our students. That will help to motivate or encourage outcome-based education or inclusive education. As NAAC is also stressed on the quality teaching and learning system for quality enhancement in HEI with the help of innovative best practices in its criteria. When you go through the criteria to everyone, all are the part of all are the academicians. So everyone knows that criteria 2 is dedicated to teaching and learning process. So what we have to do to improve the education system or involve or implement the new modern innovative teaching technologies. So here, with the help of different best practices, I have to put forward that what are the different best practices which can enhance the teaching learning process. So for that, we have to understand that what is best practices. So the best practices in HEI is for quality improvement. So in simple terms, best practices are set of guidelines, ethics, ideas that represent the most efficient and prudent course of action. In a given situation, whatever the situation is available for that. So best practices may be established by authorities such as regulators or governing body, or they may be internal decreed by the stakeholder of higher educational institution. In other words, when we are talking about the practices, it is labeled as best practices if delivered in high value impact on any educational activities in institution. It is a different from standard practice or may be considered as an added standard practice. Best practices may depend on many requirements like global concern, local concerns, nature of learners, competencies of staff, innovative teaching and learning process, institutional goals, infrastructure facilities, governance requirement. But today, here we are stressing on the best practices for teaching and learning process. So for that, in support, here I have to mention 13 priorities or skills identified the employer in their potential employees for better results or to get the better results. So when we are planning something for the students, we have to keep in mind these skills or priorities. Otherwise also we are planning different activities for the students. But we are keeping in our mind these factors and planning, so it will give add-on quality or development of the student. So starting with communication. Communication, everyone is from 11, 12, from everywhere we are teaching them that communication is most important theoretically. Involve students with different activities, different communicative management ways, role plays, because we can experience that by acting we can understand more. By visually involving we can understand more. So communication is very important. So whatever activity we are planning, plan accordingly where there is a improvement of communication of the student. Group activity, team activity, creativity is very important. We are more creative now as a teacher because we know that we are not seeing the students. Today also, I am not seeing the, I don't know how you participants are, because we are the academicians. We don't have that patience to hear for a long time. So, same way, students also don't have patience. They have that disturbing mind. So, we have to create our teaching learning activities such it should be interesting, it should be creative, it should involve the student in that activity. We have to think out of box for that. Computational creative, computational skill is very important. Because we can't say that it is not needed for my subject. Everywhere we have to see that. Critical thinking. Creativity in critical thinking is very important. It goes side by side. Here I have to mention one example. In Delhi side in winter, we can see they are facing challenges related to smog. Yeah, when we go to the Delhi to Punjab, when we go by vehicle, we can't see what is going in front. Outside the window also it's not visible. So they are facing. So it is not because of winter. They are facing this challenge because of this wastage of agriculture. They are burning it. And it is creating that smog, fog and that burning reaction and all. So it is a big problem for these people. So what will be the solution for it? So we have to think. So HES also can think critically on it and take the solution, contact with local authority. Recently we saw in the newspaper also some boy bought a solution for this problem. So the HES also can make contribution towards it, solving the social problem. Critical thinking, positive work habits. Positivity is very important for the student. For that, HEIS teachers can plan different activities. Problem solving attitude, people management skills, also known as soft skill. Everyone, short courses are there. We are conducting different programs over it. We are calling different resource persons for that. Because we know that what is the importance of soft skill to develop a person. Communication, trust, patience. With addition to it, skills you need to treat, communicate with the lead and your people as a manager for maximum result. Service orientation. हम लोग जब बात करते थे बोलते nowadays people are very self-centered. That service feeling is missing somewhere. So we have to plan certain things like that. That feeling should be created among the students because they are the part of the society. And all we can include in teaching learning process. Not necessarily we have to stick with our syllabus only because they are much capable to clear their examination. Just we have to give something add on to our students because we are the teacher, we are the counselor, we are the facilitator. I already mentioned that we are the architect of this building where the pillars are students. So service orientation is the ability and to desire to anticipate, recognize and to meet others' needs. Sometimes even before those needs are expressed. That kind of feeling we have to create in our students. And it is possible for the teacher only. Because after parents, students are just listening only teachers. The whole thing actually students have changed, their behaviors have been changed. They are not respecting teachers, but no. If teacher is putting his whole experience, his skill, so he will convince the student also for his betterment. He's talking about sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Whatever activity we are doing without depletion of natural resources. Economic development, but without depletion of natural resources. I always talk about sustainable. Try to inculcate that habit, how we can protect our nature, how we can protect our environment, and teacher can make a big role into it. They are the good player to save our nature, to protect our environment. Technical knowledge. We can't get rid of from the technology now. Everywhere technology is involved, and we can't say that I am not used to it. We have to be. As a teacher, we have to, and we have to make our student technology, say, techno-savvy. So we have to plan activities like that. Just try to take PPT competition or quiz online. Online, so we've done everything now. We are much ahead now because of these virtual things. And transdisciplinary, we heard this concept in research projects. What is transdisciplinary? Research strategy that crosses many disciplinary boundaries to create a holistic approach, means relating to more than one branch of knowledge. You can't say that I am a commerce faculty, so I will only concentrate on the commerce. I'm not connected to chemistry or biology or biochemistry or psychology or sociology. Now you can see that whenever there is a concept of we are going for the research or something, so they are talking about the mix. How psychology is connected with the commerce, how commerce is connected with biochemistry, how biotechnology is connected with sociology. So we are in that generation where changes are happening very fast. And if we will step back, we are not going to survive this competition. As a teacher, I'm talking about our role. Here, I'm not telling anything, not teaching anything, just sharing my views. How, as a teacher, we have to change our aptitude. How, as a teacher, we have to change our teaching and learning system, technology. We can't stay back and we are following just old method of teaching. We have to be transdisciplinary. We have to teach the students to enter in different subjects, how they can collaborate different subjects and make a good something project like research work, anything you can call. Because they have to work, they have to connect with different departments when they are entering into the industry or any organization. Emotional intelligence, very important. Decision making, every part of life, every step of their life, they have to take the decision. We as a teacher, we are just jumping on different decisions because we have different alternatives for that. This all we are learning in management course. Here I have to quote one example of how decision making is important. When there was an opening in organization and manager called all the applicants and took the interview, then he selected a person. And there was a custom in that organization, when the person has been selected, the manager goes with that selected person for lunch. So they both decided, appointment has been decided, and they decided the hotel venue. They both went for lunch. There they ordered the food, so soup as usual, soup. Okay. So that selected person put the salt and pepper into the soup. So the manager was observing his behavior. They had their lunch, dessert, everything was done, and they went back to their place. So suddenly, other people asked the manager, "Why you not given appointment letter to that person?" The manager said that we are not appointing to that person. Maybe you people are aware of this example. Because he said that without tasting, that person put salt and pepper into the soup. He even not tasted it. And he decided that maybe it is tasteless after salt comes. So he will apply those decision making in industry and organization also. See how important is decision making. How you are reacting, how you are dealing your project, or how you are dealing your employees is very important. So these all aspects we have to teach our students. How perfect they should be in decision making. A small example, but very important. Thus, as a teacher, we have to plan the contents of the course or deliver the topic which develop opposite skills. These are the skills which we mention over here. students and prepare them as per the requirement of the market. Very important. And teacher only can do the things. Teacher only can make these changes in the behavior of the student. So today, here I am mentioning various activities which promotes quality teaching learning process in institution. Also wants to share various ideas of best practices which will help us to create a responsible citizen. Government of India, you can observe that Government of India also introduced many schemes to provide a rich platform for youth, for students. Like you can see on the screen, Scale India Mission, skill development of youth, to provide market relevant skill to youth, among the youth. Also aims to create opportunity for development of their talent. Very necessary. We know that our unemployment rate is increasing. Not because job opportunities are not there. Opportunities are there, but the skilled people are very less. So government is also taking certain steps. So as a representative of the society, HES, teacher also have some role into it. We have to make the curricula like that, where we can develop that skill-based education. We have to promote certain, if it is not in our hand to change the structure or the syllabus, we can plan different activity, add-on courses, short-term courses related to skill development. Then Startup India to promote new entrepreneurs. Startup India help to boost the entrepreneurship and economic development. Why? For ensuring the people who have the potential to innovate, start their own businesses. You can see just now one program was there on the television, Shark Tank. It's a foreign concept of the program. But how we saw that different creative projects were there. Some not got funded, but see the creativity. So we have to develop that startup ideas, entrepreneurship ideas, aptitude among the students. It's not responsibility of every teacher, but one can represent, one teacher can take the initiative to start such kind of activity. Also mentioning that plastic waste management. Now the plastic has been used for the road construction also. So that feeling, that taking care of nature, we have to develop among the students. It's very important. We have to plan certain activity. We have to felicitate such schemes of the government in the HEI. Another small example is Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana, development of the villages, social development, cultural development. And students play a major role. We have NCC, NSS, HVAC in the institution. Take help from those students and make small skits, small programs. It will definitely give inclusive education to the student. Outcome-based education. It will definitely create a different personality among the students. Teaching learning only is not related to your syllabus. Something new, something out of box, like Hridaya plan, to take care of the World Heritage Site, to create an economical viability for that heritage site. Now, UGC also providing heritage fund. We were got and the Faculty of Islam College, we have the heritage status. We are conducting different programs related to heritage protection or the how we can promote our heritage sites. So there are so many practices for the teacher and who can take initiative to enhance the quality of teaching and learning process for the student. Step by step. There is a question arises. If I am doing all these aspects, so when I will going to teach? Everything can be manageable. Now students are much aware about all these things. Only just we have to push them. We have to motivate them. And it is our responsibility. Very much our responsibility. So if you are saying that I am giving more stress on the different practices only, which will be improve, which will be create aptitude, innovative aptitude among the students. Because everyone knows that what is the quality, what is teaching learning process. Everyone knows that thing. And maybe most of the teachers are implementing different techniques also. Just I want to share different aspect or a different view on this topic. So with the help of these examples only or the best practices only, I am telling that how we can enhance the teaching and learning process in HE. So for that, another example is application of multimedia tools. So in this course or the material prepared with the help of material, you can see that the presentation. We are preparing the course material prepared with with the help of different multimedia tools as per the requirement, audio-visual presentation, such a way that the students grasp the content and are motivated to pay attention on the content being presented and retained. I'm the faculty of financial accounting. I can't be just, I'm using so many things to communicate with the student. Not only presentation, not only Word file or Excel file, I'm using so many activities to create interest to them. Because it is very difficult to teach accounts or the practical subject online mode. So, I'm doing, many teachers are doing same way. Some of the multimedia technologies, what I'm talking presentation, educational video, YouTube, Gyan Darshan broadcast, NPTEL, video lecture, SWAYAM and MOOC platforms are there. So take help from these tools and make your teaching interesting. Then role playing, the effective tool of management. When we are talking about the management teams or management tools, it's very effective. Students immediately apply this thing, content, as they are put in the role of decision maker, who must make the decision with reference to policy, formation or optimum resource utilization, allocation. This technique is very effective, excellent tool for engaging students and allowing them to interact with their peers as they try to complete their assigned task. The role playing is also very effective. Take one topic of your syllabus or this subject and give roles to each and every student and ask them to enact. It is more understanding. The result is much better in this technique. DOP internship program in engineering technical subjects, there are no internship. It is compulsory for them to do the internship. But when we are talking about the management or the commercial subjects or the humanities, they are very less. But develop such programs for your students. Take help from your colleagues from other colleges. Exchange, student exchange. I am saying that not just a teachers exchange, like student exchange programs. You can take benefit of that thing because teachers are known to each and every college. I know different college faculties and professors. So take help from them. See what they are doing in their college. If something is new and innovative, apply in your college. Send your group of students there. Call their students here. Then social empowerment through research project. Research aptitude is day by day. This research just teacher concentrating on this CAS and BS matter. Only for that we are doing research. Day by day, this research aptitude is going down. Or same with students. So see surrounding whatever the problems are, small problems are there in the society. Just search those problems and discuss with the students and make small project to improve that research aptitude among students. Because research only will make the difference in the society. Through research only we can solve many problems in the society. Like I quoted the example of fog. With the research only, that boy finds the solution for that smog. So it is very important for a teacher to create research aptitude among themselves and for the student also. It's very necessary. In some entrepreneurship education, already mentioned in the Skill India, Startup India. Entrepreneurship is every organization or every institute, every HI have the entrepreneurship development cell. So only don't restrict for organizing the guest lectures. Plan some activities, business plans, some activities, role plays, management games, group discussion, call successful entrepreneurs from your institution only. Many students pass out who set up their businesses, call them, ask them to share their experiences. Arrange a fair. ICT put. These all examples are related to quality enhancement for teaching and learning. Because if few students are good in ICT, nowadays everything is online. Examination, admission to till examination, everything is online. Few students are facing the challenges into it, but few students are very good into it. So ask these students to help other people, give and take. So it will sharpen who knows better and it will help who don't know it. Learning is happening and peer-to-peer learning is going on. So that will give more result. Mentoring facility, campus to corporate session. I already mentioned in my CV that I am the TCS trainer. They run one course, campus to corporate, in different HCIs. Means what changes we required in the student when he is entering from campus to corporate, industry, organization. So organize such activities, involve, make small group of students and ask them to give different themes to them, give different themes of offices, corporate, finance sector, IT sector, and ask them to make a scheme. Only guest lecture can't give result. Involve the student in this activity. Earn and learn skills. Many students are they are poor students. We can't say that poor, economically backward. So for them, this scheme is very useful. Many things are there. It's a burden for teacher. In administrative department, many things are there repetitive. Take the help of the student in the admission process, in examination process, scholarship process. Give something token of money to them or any incentive to them. So it will give them that confidence because they know the thing and that their knowledge is utilized for a good purpose. Another method is answer first, discuss next. If there is a problem, just share the answer with it and then discuss that how that answer has been. So in that discussion, so many things will come out. It will improve their communication skills. It will improve their creativity. It will improve their problem solving attitude, critical thinking. So with the one activity, so many things we are developing. We are developing their talent. Madam, we don't have the time for all these things. So people will think that, but we have enough time. We have to manage the time. We are the good time managers. Actually, as a teacher, we are the good time managers. And we accept the changes very fast. We can't even imagine that March 2020 when the corona came and we just switched from physical to virtual mode. Everyone, mostly people complained, but we switched. And even today also when we come from virtual to physical mode, we will be adopting that thing very fast. So we are very good into this process. So whatever best is possible for the students, we have to apply that thing in each year. And if good thing is there, the management will also approve, higher authority will also approve. Because they are also sitting for the betterment of the student. Ultimately, they are the customers. If they are happy, the next customer or the next generation will be happy. Because we are not producing a one batch. It's a continuous process. Continuously, we are taking the students, giving, give, take is going on. Then for the teachers, I already mentioning that I am just mentioning so many different aspects, different practices, different activities which can facilitate or to felicitate the teaching learning activity. These are the best practices which is adopted by the best institutes from the country. I'm not saying anything which is not implemented. It's all one or the other institute is applying this thing. And all A+ colleges when we are talking about the NAAC. So it is implemented, tested practices. Collaborating with colleagues. Great teachers are earnest learners. It is well said that. Spend some time with colleagues, or 2 or 3, and talk about what each of these research-based or based classroom practices look like in the classroom. Discuss each one in the context of unique learning environment. Who your students, what they need, what they already know, and it will generate great ideas for classroom teaching. I really said that, and it's a well-tested practice. Teacher discussion can make a big difference, and it is very easy because we are sitting at one place. Quality discussion. Then metacognitive strategies. In this method, students are given opportunities to plan, organize, mentor their own work, direct their own learning, and to self-reflect along the way. When we provide students time and the space to aware of their knowledge and their own thinking, students' ownership will increase, their confidence will increase. On similar way, another practice is active learning. When students interact with educational content in any way that can promote active thought, which encourage them to think about the material, about the content. In active learning, students enhance their thinking process, creative ability. While working on some projects, students can think about the work being done and also think about the purpose, why they done this. So it is very important how we are involving them in different activities. It is very important. Then another practice here I have to mention, plan for instructional management. For decades, college instructors never thought of classroom management or something they had to plan. But time has changed, and today college students need to know what is happening. So we have to involve posting a visual outline of what will be done during the class, help the students follow their lessons, stay on task. Various aspects of teaching like distributing papers, taking attendance. Many times students to ask a question, need to be part of course planning because they are there to learn. We have to ask them what they want to learn, what is their interest. Accordingly, we have to plan. They should know that what is happening, the policy making, about the attendance, disturbances, cell phones etiquette. We have to involve them to review the policies related to it, to develop the aptitude of entrepreneur. Teachers, with the help of teacher, can invite entrepreneurs, innovators into the class. But already we discussed that it is necessary to call the people who are in the market, who are the successful people, and ask them to share their success story, failure story also. The students will learn from this. Use the design thinking process. What is design thinking process? It's a set of structured strategies that identify challenges, gather information, generate present potential solution, refine ideas, and give the solution for it. So critical thinking is very important for the students, and we have to create that designing in their mind, how critically they can think to give the result. That is the outcome-based education system. Inclusive education, blended learning. Then comes quality research and creation of new knowledge. Promote, I already mentioned that, promote quality transdisciplinary research, pertinent to national development by faculty and students. It is very important to collaborate with different subjects, different activities, different fields. That development, that part of development is necessary for the student. Inculcate innovative thinking for the creation of groundbreaking knowledge, thereby inspire academic faculty to involve eminent academics. Take the help from experts who are good into it. They can motivate the student by their innovative thinking. That person can create that creative aptitude among the students. Not necessarily everything is done by teacher only. They can take help from industry people, local authorities, who is ready to do it, who is ready to help to bring the changes in the society, in the HEIs, in the student's life, to shape a good career for the student. And high impact national network project in the identified trust areas in humanities, human science, Indian knowledge. Funding is there. Not only UGC's funding, we can you can search so many organizations are there who fund the projects which encourages to help social purpose, their social objective. So we have to search. We have to see how we can develop that quality research and creativity among the students. Very important for us as a teacher to think out of box. I'm mentioning again that think out of box, because we as a teacher plays a major role into it. We can't say that the teacher is not, students are not listening nowadays. They will. Only thing is that we have to come out of that traditional way of teaching. We have to adopt, we have to gel with the changes. We have to bring that changes in our teaching also. Curriculum embedded soft skill programs, very important. In the college, by choice, admitted more first gender learners, the poor and the marginalized. It had a greater responsibility to provide additional care to the students. Their development is important. And that mission, imparting soft skill along the course contains, and holistic development, better placement prospects. It is the responsibility of me, you. Yearly, we make changes in the life of students. Only we, because parents playing their role at home. But as a teacher, we have more responsibility towards our students, how we are shaping their career, their profession, through all these enhancing teaching learning system. in streaming system in general English teaching. This thing we are facing to enhance the communication skill of students, different social groups, the faculty can plan different things, different activities to encourage them to create a learning environment for the slow learner. These all concepts we are seeing in NAAC criteria also, slow learner, advanced learner. So this is a part of our curricula also. It's a part of our quality enhancement also, and it will benefit for the student also. So all the aspects are fulfilled. So to practice the method simultaneously addressing the need of advanced learner also, giving them a competent learning environment with a suitable curriculum. We can take help of these advanced students, advanced learners to teach or to make understand the different topics for slow learners. It will motivate both the parties because it will help create a bonding between both the learners, slow learners as well as the advanced learners. Will also encourage the mentoring activity, which is a very important activity of the institution. And it will support to improve quality education because peer to peer they will learn very fast. It will convert into effective best practices for the HEL. Then facilitate academic improvement and student programs like Hindi club, cultural club. Nowadays, students are unable to write also in their vernacular language, their regional language. They even don't know what is Devanagari and all. But we have to protect our languages also. So for that, skill development mission is to develop this thing, some innovative different activities, to promote them to organize such activities which encourages regional languages through different clubs. Then best practices for additional skill acquisition program. These are the concepts, these are the practices, these are the activities are adopted by different HEIs. So it is possible for every HEIs, every teacher, they can implement it in their respective HEIs. Skill development mission to equip the student with good communication skills and basics of IT. The Mool Mantra of the ASAP. Then add-on courses, like different add-on courses we can start. For example, you can see over here, botany related, horticulture, mushroom cultivation, vesiculture, multimedia, cartoon designing, film or video making, editing, journalism, ethics, related to journalism, mass communication, stock. I already mentioned that transdisciplinary. If that subject is not in the college or the institution, it's not part of curricula, just start add-on course, short-term courses. And UGC also sponsors these courses. The idea of providing scope for self-development. We will get the funding, but idea should be innovative and creative. Network Resource Center, Language Lab, Digital Lab, Network Resource Center. So this can be established to create computer awareness. I already mentioned that technology is very important. Techno savvy is a need of the hour. You can't say that, the student can't say that I don't know how to handle the Excel. I don't know how to handle the Word, MS Office. They have to learn all these things. That computer awareness is very important. Many times previously, 2-3 years back, I don't have email address. But with the time, the things are changing. The access is more. Students are more aware about all these things. The student has access to internet at resource center at nominal charges. And we can take the help of the student body. SQSC is there. You can take the help of this body to handle this activity. Not necessarily every teacher is involved into it. Take the help of the student to implement these activities. Give authority to them. Give responsibility to them. It will become it will create a good human being, responsible human being. Will be develop a good confidence among the students. Digital lab to ensure that students have access to multimedia material. Teaching and learning digital lab can be instituted because we are creating the e-contents, but students are unable to access those e-contents. So make the stations in the HEIs. Provide this accessibility to the multimedia material access or e-content accessibility to students under somebody's guidance, somebody's control. Then language lab, a digital language lab can be set up to enhance communication skills, to help them to better equip for job market. And how much time I have? Excuse me. Organizer. Okay. So setting up village library, that is one is the social aspect. Now, everyone have access book at their place. To collect those books and set a small library in a village. Ask the head or the somebody from that village can take care of that library. Time to time, the HEI or the representative of the student can go and maintain that library. You can take help from NSS volunteer also. It will help to inculcate that good reading habit among new generation, which is vanishing. And we as a teacher know what is the importance of reading habit. So whatever is going on, we have to again inculcate, sharpen that habit. So we can take a small step towards it with the help of students. Then to give business opportunities for we can say that who are the financially weaker section. So few students are there who would not afford their education also. To give them that chance to learn, to expose them, to create something for themselves. The student should be a job giver, not always a job seeker. Okay, so give them that platform to learn. These are the examples. Which such kind of workshops we can conduct in your colleges and bring that quality or creativity among the students. Then best practices, foundation courses are there. Like gender equality, environmental sustainability, religious communal harmony. These are the part of teaching and learning process. We have to concentrate, we have to focus our teaching and learning process on this social aspect also, value-based education also, holistic development also. To provide broad and rich curricula to value education, to build positive personal attributes, self-respect, self-worth, courage, kindness, generosity, trustworthiness, sense of justice. These are the factors which we have to create among the students. And we as a teacher, we can plan certain activities, certain games, role plays, discussions. Through we can develop, we can create an awareness, sensitivity among the students. To instill the character of resilience needed the life in, because we start seeing that there is so much unrest in the society, and we as a teacher, we as an academician can take a small step towards it to make a good citizen in the society. Young people provide opportunity for social action. So I try my level best to give a different aspect towards teaching learning process in HEIs by the teacher. Because as a teacher, we always concentrate on our subject or curricula, but it is very important with the syllabus, with the course content, we have to teach or we have to guide We have to counsel, we have to felicitate our students with different aspects of the society. So in this session, I try to mention various activities and practices for teachers of HEI, which enhance the quality of teaching and learning process for the students, which helps to create excellent workforce or entrepreneurs for the society. Finally, I extend my thanks to organizer for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this topic. Last but not least, if you want to get the results you have never got before, then you have to do the things you have never done before. Thank you so much. Shakti ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I done with my
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I hope all the participants have gained very valuable points from the session. And, now I would like to introduce the next speaker. Ma'am, you can continue joining.
So thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I am really interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next expert speaker for the session is Dr. Dinesh Parole, Dean, Innovation in Charge, Professor of Department of Electronics Engineering at GHRC, Nagpur. Dr. Parole is a doctorate in electronics engineering and has teaching experience of over 18 years. He is also holding the position of patents in charge in GHRC for last 3 years. Sir is associated with various professional bodies, societies, and recognized as a senior member of IEEE, life member of ISTE, IETE. He also has worked as a vice president for IEEE Nagpur subsection. He has worked as a reviewer and chaired technical sessions for several international conferences in India as well as abroad. He was a resource person for the outcome-based education at Punjab Technical University, Jalandhar. He is working as the president of the Institute Innovation Council in collaboration with the Innovation Cell, Ministry of Education of Government of India since last 3 years and worked as a nodal center in charge for Smart India Hackathon organized by the Government of India for the year 2019-20 and for Hackathon in 2021. More than 60 research publications are there in his account, which includes international journal papers, conference papers, as well as 2 chapters contributed in an international book. Sir has received 3 copyrights and so far filed 4 national patents and been granted 2 international patents. Sir has also guided 7 doctoral students and 33 PG students. He is a proud recipient of Best MTech Project Award 2003 and Best Teacher Award 2010. I welcome Sir to address the gathering.
of those. I hope my voice is audible to all. अगर माइक मिले तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, नहीं तो ऐसे हो सकता है. Thank you. So as it is the last session, bear with for one more hour, as it's the third session. After lunch also second session I suppose. So looking towards outcome-based education, I will focus certain terminologies, the necessity of outcome-based education, and then coming to what is CO, PO, what are the tools, what are the assessment and their process. We will discuss the presentation. The session has been narrated. It is going through certain points like the outcome-based education in India, then before and now educational shift, learning outcome versus learning objective, how we have changed this paradigm shift from output-based system to outcome-based system from 2013, then flow of outcome education, drafting, how to draft vision, mission, PO and PSO. Definitely I am not going in the process how to draft it, but certain terminology I wish to discuss. Then academic structure that requires formation, and then the assessment point of those outcomes. Tools that require, and then how to go with the gap analysis in this particular thing. I will not cover the accreditation authority because as it is a mixed audience, there may be the different accreditation authorities, like for engineering, NBA is there, NAAC is there. For non-engineering accreditation, NAAC is the most popular, or other authority might be there. Then coming to the outcome-based education in India, before that, before 2013, generally the accreditation they are coming with output-based education. They are asking how much infrastructure that you have, how much percentage, passing percentage, it is there, and then placement of the student they are asking before 2013. But you can see the National Board of Accreditation, which is accrediting the technical board, polytechnic and MBA, they started discussing based on outcome-based education, outcomes. Rather than objective, rather than output, we have shifted to outcome from 2013, and then there are several changes we have gone through from in this particular last 7 to 8 years, and now system become mature, somewhat mature. Still, there are certain ambiguities when we are implementing and when we are theoretically discussing this particular thing. From where it is coming? The National Board of Accreditation, they are following the ABET. ABET, it's accreditation, international accreditation, and this particular terminology, they are coming to this. I will not go to the definition of the this particular outcome-based education. This particular definition you can find out in most of the literature, that outcome-based education is a process that involves restructuring of curriculum, assessment, and reporting to the practices. This particular definition by Bookish, it has been mentioned, but I take this particular outcome-based education to a more learner-centric, ये होना चाहिए, learner-centric system. Before that, that was the system-centric. How much infrastructure that you have, how much resources that you have, what is your output. That was a system-based system, and now we have changed it to student learning, student-based system that we made, and this is what it is called as a outcome-based education. Now, what this particular student-learner system describe? This particular outcome-based education, first of all, they are defining what are your stakeholders, who are your stakeholders, for whom you are working. So define your stakeholder very, very precisely. So as you know, we are an educational institute. Our stakeholders are students, their parents, because they are aspirant. Students, parents, our faculties, our industries, where our students are going to serve, and after all, society. So if these are our stakeholders, then our system should be centered to them. Their feedback, their orientation need to be kept in center point. What services that we are providing to these particular stakeholders? What objectives we are fixing for them? What services, facility, policy we are putting in existence, in service? And then, are you measuring that? We are measuring output before that, before 2030. We are measuring the output, we are measuring the systems, the setup that we have. But are you measuring the actual outcome? Now question arises, what's the difference between output and outcome? I will come to that. Are you focusing your CQI, continuous quality index, continuous improvement, whatever that you are going with? Are you achieving your objectives and there do you improve on that? And are your stakeholders are satisfied what that you are going with? Don't think about your system, just think about your stakeholder, what you are you doing, are you satisfied to that? Then point comes, what is objective and what is outcome? This particular point has been widely discussed when we are discussing about the outcome-based education. And there was not many discussion between the new upcomers and the existing stakeholders, existing institute, that why we are going with the outcome-based education, why we should accredit it, why we should go with the outcome fixing, like graduate outcome that was, now it has been mentioned as a PO, program outcome, and then program educational outcome, course outcome, why it requires. Before that, before 2013, we was always discussing about the objectives, and that has been changed to outcome. Then what's the difference between objective and outcome? What it may change? Now, I will ask in this particular audience, what is objective of this particular attending this particular session? What is objective and what will be the outcome of that? The objective, why you are attending this particular session, why I am delivering this particular session. This is what the objective I define. There are multiple definitions. If you can see, the multiple presentation, multiple resources are available nowadays on the net or otherwise also. But simple definition that I am looking, I am understanding as per my point of view that why you are attending this particular session. If I am delivering a particular subject, I am from electronics background, I am delivering one microcontroller, microprocessor subject to my students. Then I should ask myself, why should the student should attend my class? And students should ask themselves, why is attending my class? This is what the objective, I suppose, I am understanding. If the objective of that particular attending the class is not fixed, I suppose the student will not then take the interest in that. If they don't know why they are sitting in the class, if you don't know why you are sitting in this particular session, then probably you will not take interest in this particular session. This is what I suppose the objective is. And that was the system before 2013. Now, what is the outcome of this? Outcome is different than objective. Objective defines why you are attending the session, why you are in the class, why I am delivering the particular topic to the student or the audience. Whereas the outcome define what is the exact outcome, if I am delivering this particular topic to you, after completion of this particular topic, when you are going to your own place, are you able to produce whatever we have discussed in this particular session? This is what the outcome. If I am learning, if I am teaching the microprocessor, if as a subject, I'm teaching so a number of topics in 5 unit or 6 unit and near about 15 to 20 topics that I'm delivering to my student. They have attended that with the taking the interest, with the objective and everything it's okay. But if the student is not able to reproduce, if my student after completion of that particular course, after completion of that particular program, if the student is failing to apply that particular knowledge in the real-time examples, then I suppose the outcome of that particular course is not attending. If you are attending this particular session, what are the 1 hour session is there or 1 day session is there? If this particular concept you are not able to apply in your own institute, in your college, I suppose the outcome of this particular session is not attained and we fail to deliver, to take out the outcome of this particular session. Understanding is one part, understanding the terminology, understanding the system is one part, but after all, it should be deliverable. And this particular system, we are keeping that always we are telling that the student तो बहुत अच्छा है, पर वो produce नहीं कर पाता, वो apply नहीं कर पाता. Industry are waiting for the good student, those can implement that particular concept. होशियार बच्चे बहुत होते हैं, पर implement नहीं करते. That is what this particular concept is coming. So that's I suppose what is learning outcome and what is learning objective, and that's a paradigm shift 2013 document of NBA has made in this particular education system. That was very difficult. I attended Dr. Paliwal. He has pioneered of implementing this particular system in India after ABET, and then he implemented in India. There was lot many criticism he has faced, not from the organization but his own system also. But now you can see our student, if you are focusing on this particular outcome, then our students we are able to produce the better student, those can deliver. And why this particular system is going with this? Because when you are framing our curriculum, we are fixing that after completion of this particular curriculum, my student will deliver this particular outcomes. If you are delivering your mechanical engineering course of, let us take whatever it is, if it is a thermodynamics or if it is the gear mechanism, your student should be able to apply that particular knowledge whenever the situation will come. He should be able to design that particular gear system in real time problem. Then only you can tell that yes, your outcome has satisfied. And this is what the shift that was required and that we are dealing with. I am taking certain example in technical because I am from technical background, but the example are also applicable to the professional or the arts and commerce colleges also. OB is addressing certain question when we are going with, like, what do you want that student how to able, what you are making your student able. And that's why all the statements, if you can see, either it is program outcome or it is course outcome or whatever it will be, it is starting with the student. They are not taking the name of student, but the graduate. Either the student or graduate. Graduate are able to deliver. So that particular statement itself has been starting with this particular nomenclature. That what you are expecting from your student, from your graduate to deliver after completion of that particular course. Definitely, you are not asking your student in between, you are asking your student to deliver after completion of that particular course. How you can help? How you can best help to the student to achieve? You are expecting much more thing from the student. You are not asking the student to just pass out. As a teacher, I never bothered whether my student is passing with 70%, 80% or 85%. I will bother in the outcome-based education that my student after completion of this course, he should be able to deliver and he should grab the good opportunity in the industry. So if I am achieving, if I am aiming this particular point, then I am asking myself that whether I am giving good opportunity to my student to understand that, whether I am helping, how I am helping my student to achieve this. How I will know that whether the particular student have achieved. Third point. First point dealing that what you want, for what you are dealing, for what you are making your student. Second point, discuss how you are equipped, how you are equipping, helping your student to make for your own target. Third point is making. How you are measuring that? Because output तो हम measure कर सकते हैं, result देख लेंगे, उसके marks देख लेंगे. How you measure that outcome? So we need to make the measuring system also. So when we are making the complete system, we have to make all the levels for that. And then 4th point, how do you choose? How you close that particular loop. If you fail to achieve, if your student, not you, if your student is failing to achieve, that means as a teacher, I fail. So if it is, how you are making the closed loop, that means, have you improved yourself, your system to achieve that particular target, what you already said from your student? 4 points. These 4 points are the pillars of outcome-based education. First point, that discuss your expectation from the student. Second point, it is discussing the system that you are making, you are giving to your student. Third point, it is discussing about the measurement, assessment. And fourth point, it is discussing that once it is measured, once we are expecting, you are giving, you are measuring, but you are not stopping there. It is a continuous improvement. And continuous improvement for identifying of gap, for identification of your own loopholes, and making the system better for next year. So it is coming to the continuous improvement. So how, whether you are making the closed loop system, it should not be open loop, it should be closed loop system. It should, whatever that you are making, you are assessing, you are checking, and you are correcting yourself for making the betterment of this. In NBA, the last parameter, it is based on this particular thing. It is continuous improvement. And not only NBA, for the all other accreditation bodies nowadays are asking about the continuous improvement. Yes, you have achieved the 80% result last year, 82% this year. How much percentage that you are achieving this year, next year? So there should be continuous improvement, because sky is the limit in this particular education sector, not only education, in real life also. Coming to the outcome-based education, certain terminologies, certain understanding that I want to give you. It is focusing on student-centric, as in the first slide itself I have mentioned. It is focusing on student-centric. So using the learning outcome statement to make the explicit what the student is expected to be able to know or understand to do. We are expecting something. We are making certain targets to the student. This particular target, this particular outcome need to be documented, sentences. And this particular documentation, it should not be after completion of that particular course. It should be prior of that particular course, prior of displaying, prior of starting of that particular course. If I'm starting my course now, so I should know, my student should know, my stakeholder should know. Stakeholder means everything, faculty, student, parent, or either my employer. They should know what is the outcome of this particular course. And that's why it should be properly documented. It should be sentenced. It should be mentioned in the sentences, in the courses or your program, whatever it is. Providing the learning activity which will help the student to reach to this particular outcome. Assessing the extent to the student meet to those outcomes, and through it the explicit assessment criteria. You should define before starting off your course what facility, what are the tools that you will give to your student, and then what are the assessment methods that you are going to measure your outcome. So 3 things this particular slide it is mentioning. One is crystal clear statement of whatever that I am delivering. Second thing, how you are equipping your student, that discuss regarding the delivery methods. So you might have discussed, you might have heard about what are the statements of outcome, what are the delivery method, and then what are the assessment methods. So this particular 3 points are discussing about the statements of your outcome, then delivery method, how you are delivering that particular course. Either it is by presentation, in classroom, not all courses cannot be taught in classroom. There might be certain visits, there might be certain labs, there might be certain case studies, there might be certain report survey, anything. How you are delivering the particular thing, it should be very, very specific. Again, it's a part of outcome-based education. And then how we are assessing. सबके लिए एक ही टूल नहीं हो सकता. If you are asking your student to go for the industry survey, they are going to the industry survey and you are asking कि classroom में बैठ के paper लिखो. Will it be the good assessment method? I suppose not. I suppose not. So assessment method should be supportive what they have, how you are dealing with that particular thing. What is the point of action, how you are expecting, what is the content of that particular curriculum or course. Based on that, your assessment method should be. So your delivery method will be different, your assessment method will be different based on your courses, based on your curriculum. And continually discussing about courses and program. For your information, the accreditation tells subjects are named as courses and degree name are named as program in this particular case. So you can correlate. When I'm calling as a courses, that means subject in your language. When I'm calling as a program, that means degree awarding, degree nomenclature. So assessment-based education should be crystal clear regarding their outcome statements, regarding the learning, delivery methods, and their assessment methods. So you can see this particular process, which is giving the curriculum components of OBE we are calling as it's one of the slides. Not necessarily that everything it will cover, but it is covering with the curriculum which is focusing on learning outcome, then instructions you can call as a delivery methods, teaching methods, TLA we are generally calling as a theory, practical, laboratories, seminar, industrial survey, case studies, laboratories, everything, anything you can correlate here. And third one is your assessment. All these are the integral part, you can call it the integral part of this particular outcome-based education. Now, coming to the characteristics of outcome-based education, generally, it should have the program educational objective, program outcome, then course outcome. So better that I will take this particular slide. Accreditation criteria. What, rather than criteria, you can understand what is the system it is involved in this particular process. Vision, mission and PEO, program outcome, program curriculum, student performances, faculty contribution, and then facility. Definitely we cannot, in output-based system, facility of the system are having more weightage. Now the outcome do have more weightage, but you cannot escape the facility and technical support that you have. It will be the part of your system. So vision, mission of the institute, PEO, program outcome, program curriculum, student performances, faculty contribution, facility and technical support are the part of this particular criteria, or you can call it a system, the whole ecosystem. Academic system, then governance plays an important role. Governing system in this particular thing, and definitely continuous improvement, it's an integral part of, again, this particular, whatever that you are getting output, how you are making better in next and next year. That is what the continuous assessment, continuous improvement. I want to come to this particular slide first now. If you are discussing, if your concept about the OBE are somewhat okay, then you should discuss what is the system it is flowing in an academic manner. If you are autonomous system or non-autonomous system, the difference with, in my sense, autonomous system making their own system, they are making their own academics, whereas non-autonomous universities making their particular systems, nothing more. How this particular outcome-based education is flowing from top to bottom, just you can understand. Coming to the institute have established by some or other owner with a particular vision that I want to set up this particular institute with this particular crystal clear vision. Some of the institute in India, you can see there are more towards the services to the ruler. Some of the institute in India are more towards the industrial orientation. Some other do have certain orientation. So the particular institute have set up with a certain vision by the particular visionary. They will frame their vision statement. I'm not going here because it's just a 1 hour session. I'm not going how to frame the vision statement, how to frame the mission statement, what is the process. It's a different thing. It will take another 1 hour. But what are the institutes are framed? They have established this particular visionary person do have a particular vision with this particular institute. Then to achieve that particular vision, they are making certain roadmap that how to achieve that particular vision. This particular roadmap, it is called as a mission of that particular institute. So vision of the institute and mission of the institute, it will be set when that particular institute has set. Then let us take a particular institute has set with the certain motto, certain vision and mission, and now when they are to achieve this particular vision, they are set up with the certain roadmap which is called as a mission, and then they are sitting together. They are asking how to achieve this particular mission, and then they will understand that we require certain departments to set up to this particular vision, this particular mission. That if the particular mission it is to employ, अगर नागपुर में है तो particular institute may have having the certain vision or mission with the rural employment or rural economy boost up, or let us take that we are good for orange economy. So they are sitting together and they are asking, they are just making the brainstorm how to achieve this particular vision and mission. Then there will be the outcome that we need to start certain programs. Program is degree program that we are discussing. So they will set up certain department like mechanical department, like electronics department, like civil department, and they are come up that we need to create a manpower. This particular manpower will some technocrat that we will create, and through this particular way will help what are the vision and mission that we have set up. So they have set up certain department. They have certain technical or non-technical department, like certain humanities department. They might have certain professional courses. So they set up. They divided that particular vision or mission into number of segments. And when they set up a different departments, so different department has a certain responsibility. Like mechanical department has some part of mission that they will create the manpower in the mechanical engineering for the rural sector. The professional courses like the humanities will have the target that they will create the socially well-behaved person, which will be good in profession, in technical or non-technical, but well-being person they will create. Like that, the different, so mission has been segregated into number of segments, and that will be the target. It is called as to the department. Now department has formed. When department has formed, they had a particular targeted statements. Then they will think of that what courses they need to start now. Like computer engineering department is there. They will start certain computer degree program, and nowadays you can take one example of machine learning kind of degree or AI kind of degree. They will start different program. That particular department will start different program. Now when they are means what actually they are doing, what are the target that particular department do have to create a manpower, they have again separate out into 2 or 3 number of segments, and each program do have a particular target to create that particular manpower. This particular program specific target are more or less, I am asking about more or less, are called as program educational objectives. I am not going with the definition. I am not going with the definition of program educational objective. Program educational objective are nothing but the goals from the student that it will achieve after passing of 3 to 4 year of degree program. This is what the certain definition. But जिसको बोलते हैं मोटा मोटी क्या है? So each program we have target to create a manpower. This is what called as program educational objective. So these are the statement where you want to see your student after passing from this particular program after 3 to 4 years. And this is what it is coming from vision mission of the institute, vision mission of the department, and then coming to the target to that particular program educational objectives. Then after completion of program educational objective, then it will start, we are actually starting that particular mechanical engineering program, humanities department will start MBA program, or certain art or commerce will start certain Bachelor of Fine Arts program. Then that particular program do have certain outcome. We are discussing about now outcome. What is the outcome of this particular program? So it is called as a program outcome. Program outcome are the expected outcome after completion of that particular program that the students should exhibit, the student should deliver, the student should showcase. If the student is passing from the Bachelor of Art program, then after the completion of that particular program, the student should exhibit that particular skills when it is going either in society or industry or certain wherever it is. These are called as program outcomes. And program specific outcome are the part of program outcome. I will tell the theory or the things from how the program specific outcome, when the document of 2013 is coming, the program outcome, it is called as a graduate outcome, GA. सब लोगों ने सुना होगा उस टाइम पे. So those are the graduate outcome. So national authorities like NBA or UGC or AICT, they are considering कि अगर कोई ग्रेजुएट लड़का पास होता है तो उस पर क्या क्या एट्रीब्यूट्स होने चाहिए, उस लड़के ने क्या क्या शोकेस करना चाहिए, what attribute that particular student should have. Those were called as graduate attribute. Then there was certain discrepancy in that particular thing कि some institute, because they are catering number of thousands, 3,000, 4,000 institutes in the India, some are making the variation in that particular graduate attributes. So in 2016 document, they fix up that graduate outcome, कि ये 12 graduate outcome fix रहेंगे. So that institute to institute वो vary now. So 2016 document, they have fixed up the graduate outcome. It is graduate attribute, which is called as a program outcome. And now question arises, if at the national level your program outcome has fixed up, then how your programs will be different to achieve that particular vision and mission of the institute, because every institute will have different vision and mission. तो उसमें variation कैसे आएगा? So they make a particular term which is called as a, you can define, that particular institute can define program specific outcome in association, in addition to program outcome. So program specific outcome comes into existence from 2016. Before that, that was fixed graduate attribute. Now program outcome, it is fixed up at national level. PSO 3 to 4 PSO you can fix up for your program, which is in association, in support with the program outcome. Okay. Then program that you have fixed up, कि we need to start the mechanical engineering program. अब मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग प्रोग्राम है तो उसके भी कोर्सेज तो लगाने पड़ेंगे, 30-40 कोर्सेज we need to fix up. Okay, so we'll make the bunch of courses. The bunch of courses orderly sequence are called as a scheme of that particular program. If the number of courses, if you are making in order, which is making the scheme of this particular courses, this particular program. So 30 to 40 courses are going, which is in sequence, in schedule, in order. When you are making this particular order, those are considered as a curriculum, those are considering as a scheme, and each program outcome has assigned a particular dedicated outcome task, which is associated from program outcome. Program outcome अगर बोलता है program PO number 1 में, that the student should exhibit the knowledge of mathematics, science and basic mathematics, science and learning skill. So mathematics मुझे course रखना पड़ेगा, and that particular course will have a specific task of creating mathematics students. So by this way, the courses have placed with certain outcome, which is called as course outcome. So I suppose, see how hierarchy has flowing from vision mission of the institute till the individual courses. Now every course outcome are having certain relevance to the program outcome. No course will be there which don't have any kind of relevance to the program outcome, or there will not any situation that A particular program outcome will not have any particular courses. ऐसा भी नहीं हो सकता, किसी ने पर्टिकुलर प्रोग्राम आउटकम को किसी ने कोई ना कोई कोर्स आउटकम होगा या कोर्सेस रहेंगे या सारे कोर्सेस को कहीं ना कहीं लिंक रहेगा वो प्रोग्राम आउटकम से. So both cross metrics should be completely so it is called as a maintained. So everything it is interlinked. If you are understanding vision, mission, PEO, program outcome, program specific outcome, and then course outcome, then you can understand the total curriculum. Now total curriculum, it is there, and now the responsibility of the particular curriculum to create the technical manpower or not the manpower for achieving the program outcome, and then to achieve the program educational objectives, then vision and mission of the particular institute. Now it's the beauty of this particular program outcome. You can see if you have gone through the program outcome. I'm just discussing the case of engineering. I suppose it is same with case with the other stream also. In engineering, there are 12 program outcomes. In polytechnic, there are 7. If you are discussing about the program outcome, out of 12 program outcome, only 5 outcomes are linked with the technical courses. And you can see engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design development of solution, conduct the investigation of complex problem, and modern use of modern tool. These are only the technical, these are delivering. This only can be delivered by technical courses. Those are available in the curriculum. But engineer and society, environmental sustainability, ethics, कौन से सब्जेक्ट में ethics पढ़ाओगे? Individual and teamwork, communication, project management and finance, and lifelong learning. I am breaking this particular thing as 1 to 5 as a technical courses. 6 and 7 are 6, 7 and 8 are related to the behavior towards the society. Now, before 2013, we are only concentrating on parameter 1 to 5. हम चाहते थे कि हमारा लड़का टेक्निकल में अच्छा बने. We never thought, or that was not a system, or that was not insisting in the system that हमारा लड़का अच्छा भी बने, सोसाइटी के लिए पढ़े, सोचे भी, उसका कम्युनिकेशन भी अच्छा हो, उसका रिटर्न भी अच्छा हो. वो बोलते हैं ना, अभी न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में नर्सरी KG1 KG2 was there, पर एजुकेशन फर्स्ट से शुरू होता था. Now new education policy has adopted that. Now that become the integral part of your education system itself, because we understand it's a necessary part that makes the foundation of the student to go for your actual education. So that's the same thing here, that we watch knowing the student should know, he should be sensitive towards the society. Ethics are the important part. Without ethics, how the technical knowledge can be utilized? Environmental and sustainability solution he should create. He should not create any certain solutions which is not good to environmental thing or not good to society. He should have certain knowledge regarding the society. The student, if it is a very good in the academics, very good in the learning, but if he is not delivering that by means of communication. Now communication also to have 3 different aspects. One is verbal communication, second is written communication, and third is presenting skill. If he is not good able to deliver that, probably you cannot achieve your outcome. So it is also the integral part of your attribute. Project management and finances. Your students should be able to work as an individual, also as a in team lead. He should be at least knowing, not much more, but at least he should know the finance related knowledge. कि जो solution वो बना रहा है वो financial कितना valuable है. And then last point is lifelong learning, which is making कि आपने पढ़ तो लिया, आगे का क्या? I have passed out 2001 engineering में, but I know जो मैंने subject तब पढ़े थे उसके सिर्फ 20% subject ही अभी है. Okay? There also we are sustaining. Why? Because we have the habit of continuous learning. If you don't have habit with the continuous learning, how this particular student will maintain himself in the professional career for upcoming 30 to 40 years? Because we know we are making that particular student able for learning in this particular 4 year. This the knowledge that he is gaining in this particular 3 year or 4 year is not sufficient to deliver for lifelong. Because knowledge will change, it will upgrade, the technology, the system will come in picture, new challenges will come, old will go. Thus our students should be so adaptive that he will adapt the new challenges in upcoming year. And that you need to inculcate that particular habit now itself in the curriculum, now itself during their education. So if you are looking to this particular 12 outcome which is in engineering, so-called near about same to all others, as I gave you 2 example. Engineering में 12 है, Polytechnic में 7 है, but story is same for all. What it is expected from our graduate at national level? National level, it is called as a graduate attribute, जो पुराना नाम था. Our graduates should be able to technically sound. ये तो है ही engineering में. Second thing, he should be social sensitive, should have good ethical values, should have communication, should have lifelong learning base, and should work in team or other also, individual also. So these are the integral part of expected outcome from your student. This has changed the things from 2013 in outcome-based education. And now, when you are interfacing this particular thing, जिसको बोलते कि PO को हम related करेंगे, PO को will this particular program outcome when we will differentiate it, when you are putting into the courses, you have to have mentioned either curriculum or non-curriculum courses. If possible, then curriculum. If not possible, then non-curriculum courses. You have to have mentioned certain courses, certain activities, certain skills, or any curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular things in your duration of your study to achieve this particular outcomes. To the technical, to the non-technical also. This has changed in this particular outcome-based education paradigm shift. And that's why curricular and non-curricular activities are also equally important in the education systems. Why you are asking our students to make the presentation, why you are asking our students to make the speak from dais, to deliver, to go in the industry, it is everything, it is important. So I suppose we have discussed this particular point, how we are flowing from top, from vision to program curriculum, and then how we are making our own courses, different courses, how we are actual system, how actual academics flowing from vision to root level to the curriculum, different courses, and why that particular course has an importance in the curriculum. If that particular course is not mapping, not attending, not contributing to your program curriculum, logically the program, that particular course should not be there. You should ask ourselves, and if a particular course, no course is there to achieve, to attain, to make, contribute to that particular program outcome, then as an academician we need to think out कि ये चीज क्यों नहीं है उसमें. अगर नहीं है, especially in non-autonomous, we have to take as extra efforts to achieve, to deliver that. Assessment and attainment of outcome. Now, first point that we have discussed, the statement and everything. Second point, delivery method. I will not, covering in this particular thing, delivery method, as I told, based on the curriculum, based on the courses, there will be different nature of delivery. One is classroom delivery, which is much more, 80% it is covering to your curriculum delivery, but there are much more other delivery methods out there. Video animation, surveys, industrial survey, industrial visits, group discussion, activities, skill activities, drawings, hobbies, different hobbies are there. All these are the different delivery methods. Now, assessment method. The program outcome expect what our learner will be equipped with. It is discussing about the delivery method. And whatever that we are writing, either in program outcome or course outcome, what are the statement that you are writing, at the end, we have to measure that. Again, it's an important aspect. Third aspect that we are discussing, it should be measurable. Whatever that you are writing should be measurable. Otherwise, if you are not able to measure, how you will come to know that you are at right path? So you need to make your system, you need to make certain tools, assessment method, you need to deliver you need to derive your own assessment method, so that whatever that the outcomes are there, either it is program outcome or it is called as course outcome, should be measurable. Now, when you are calling as a measuring, how this particular measurement starts? So you can see the framing of this particular curriculum, it is flowing from top to bottom. Vision, mission, PO, and curriculum. So framing of the particular curriculum, which is flowing from top to bottom, but when you are actually measuring that, the bottom to top approach will go. So first of all, you will measure the course outcome, then you will measure based on the course outcome, then you will measure your program outcome, and so on. So planning, top to bottom, measurement, bottom to top. It will go on. The program outcome are measured on academic basis for the graduating batch. The PO are realized by your curriculum, teaching, learning, assessment, and so on. The PO are realized through curriculum implementation. We need to look first to the CO, their delivery. If you are targeting to your CO delivery, course outcome delivery, definitely PO will be automatically taken care. And measurement will be there, the attainment, assessment and attainment. Assessment, making the assessment of your attainment, it will be bottom up. So first you will assess the course outcome. Automatically from that, there will be assessment of your program outcome, and so on, that you will go with. COs, course outcome. If you are coming. Course outcome, or in short, in other words, it is called as a learning outcome of that particular course. What are the learning outcome of that particular course? I need to discuss. If you can see in the curriculum, generally we are writing as a TLP kind of thing, theory, tutorial, practical, or other activity. Then that particular course do have certain credit, will have certain question banks, will have certain reference book. When you are actually implementing, you are implementing with certain TLP processes. You might have certain different TLP process, teaching learning process will be there. Then you are constructing certain alignment, outcome will be there, and it is going on everything. So where the program outcome and course, it is the actual heart of the particular OBE system. From where it is routing, and then when we are calculating. Now when you are forming the course outcome, there are certain rules. How to form the course outcome? I will not focus this particular thing much more, but just for information, there is certain technique, it is named as a Bloom's taxonomy, which is generally, I am telling you, generally, it's not a thumb rule. Nothing is thumb rule in education. Generally, we are following the Bloom taxonomy. Bloom taxonomy tells when you are forming the course outcome, your course outcome statement should be in order. Should be in order to the Bloom taxonomy, which is telling that first level, remembrance, second level, understanding, थर्ड लेवल अप्लाई. पहले हमने रिमेंबर कर लिया, जो हमने ऑलरेडी पढ़ा था थोड़ा उसको रिमेंबर कर लेते हैं, थोड़ा रिवाइज कर लेते हैं, फिर उसको थोड़ा समझ लेते हैं, फिर उसको विल ट्राई टू अप्लाई. फोर्थ लेवल एनालाइज. अप्लाई कर लिया पर ऑलरेडी अप्लाइड सिस्टम है. अगर मेरे पास मोबाइल आ गया, I should able to analyze that. If I'm a graduate in that particular technology, then I should able to analyze this particular system. Then evaluate and then create a new. This is what the difference between your actual technocrat and the things. So these are the certain thumb rule: remembrance, understanding, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. If you can see your syllabus framing, it is also generally following the same rule. ये तो CO के स्टेटमेंट हम इस तरह से बनाएंगे, but if you can see the syllabus framing, generally unit number 1, what it is, deal with हमने क्या पढ़ा है पिछले बार से, थोड़ा उसका वो लिंकिंग जिसको बोलते हैं उसको स्टूडेंट को थोड़ा इक्विप करते हैं उससे, फिर सेकंड यूनिट से या फर्स्ट यूनिट का लास्ट वाला पार्ट है थोड़ा अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाला होता है, देन थर्ड यूनिट जनरली वी आर ट्राइंग टू अप्लाई दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग्स, एनालाइज वाला फिफ्थ वाला जो यूनिट है या लास्ट वाला यूनिट है, लास्ट 2 यूनिट्स आर जनरली एनालाइजिंग द थिंग्स, इवैल्यूएटिंग, एंड क्रिएट वाला जनरली यूनिट में नहीं रहता है, या फिर ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम में वन थिंग इज देयर दैट आई मीन ओपन एंडेड एक टॉपिक होता है ना, कि हम बच्चों को बोलते हैं कि भैया अब तो तुमने ड्राइंग बहुत पढ़ ली, अब तुम थोड़ा सा इस पे ड्राइंग बनाओ, खुद बनाओ. सो इट इज व्हाट वी आर गोइंग विद द creating a particular thing. This is what the general flow of your curriculum means syllabus, and the same way you need to draft your course outcome also. There are certain words out there which is you can call it the referring words are there. You can take the help of that particular referring word. So you're in the OB, the drafting of your course outcome should be with this particular thing, as well as when you are assessing. When you are going for the assessment, your questions should be also defining. Questions should be based on not fixed, but should be following this particular norms, which is called the Bloom's taxonomy. Madam, 10 minutes. I need to balance. Time भी ना हो और parent भी है participant भी bore ना हो. Then coming to the assessment part of your things. So before going to assessment, because it's again one part, CO, PO, their assessment. When you are going to the assessment, two relation, it is called as a cross relation. We need to always maintain, we need to always follow. One, this particular cross relation, it is called as a course articulation matrix. This particular matrix tells that a particular course do have course outcome 1, course outcome 2. In short, we are calling it CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4. What are the number of CO are there for one course? Now here I am calling course as a subject. So particular subject we have 4 outcome. Then what is its relevance in the paradigm of program outcome? Where they are contributing. Now when we are calling as a contribution, there will be 3 level of contribution. One is fully contributed. We are calling as a level number 3. It is there might be middle level of contribution. We are calling as level 2. There might be बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा सा contribute करता है, 25% contribute करता है. We are calling as a level 1, and fourth option will be there कि ये course किसी PO को contribute नहीं करता. So 0. So it is 4 level attainment, 4 level mapping. So 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 means strongly contributed, 75% and above. 2 means 50% and above, middle level of contribution. 1 is low level of contribution, and 0 is no contribution. So this course articulation matrix you need to map. Once you are formulating your course outcome, then you need to check whether your course outcome is contributing to the program outcome of your program, of that particular program. This particular thing will give you the insight whether your course outcome, and based on the course outcome you have curriculum, it is actually in link with the program outcome or not. If any difficulty, if any discrepancy is there, you need to check. One of the examples that I am mentioning here, for one of the subject, you can see there are 4 courses, 4 course outcome, and we have map. Not necessary that this particular course will map for all the courses, all the program outcome. There are 12 program outcome and 3 PSO, not necessary. It will map 2, 3, जहाँ पे भी इतना ही possible है, ये possible है. But it will not happen anytime that no course outcome has mapped to any kind of program outcome. ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता. हो सकता है क्या ऐसे कि कोई कोर्स आउटकम किसी प्रोग्राम आउटकम को मैप ही नहीं कर रहा है? ऐसे नहीं हो सकता. So this cross check you can get from this course articulation matrix. Then we are taking this for single courses, and like that there number of जितने भी number of courses रहेंगे, that many number of course articulation matrix will be for that. Now second mapping, it is coming as a program articulation matrix. Now we are discussing about the single subject, single program. C101 is one course. Course outcome are different. You can see in this case, for one course, 4 outcomes. It's a course articulation matrix. But when you are going with the program articulation matrix, we are discussing about the single program, and then how that particular program, how it is contributing to one or other program outcome. So you will check in this particular thing. ये सारे पीओ का जितने भी कोर्सेज है, अगर 40 कोर्सेज है, अगर 20 कोर्सेज है, तो सारा पूरा मैट्रिक्स रहेगा और ऊपर सारे पीओ रहेंगे. Then you will check whether your course it is actually contributing to one, at least one or other programs, as well as you will check that a particular program outcome is being contributed by at least one or other courses or not. This cross relation you will check. This cross relation, it is called as program articulation matrix. So these two articulation matrices are more important for cross checking also in the or for calculation of attainment. One of the example that I have mentioned here, शायद बहुत छोटे-छोटे words है, but I suppose it is worth to see at least how the program articulation matrix is going on. Then assessment methods. It's again third important task of your OB that you should assess. It should be measurable, as I am telling. It should be measurable. So when it is measurable, there should be certain assessment tools. So when we are discussing in OB, there are two type of tools. But generally we are discussing. One is direct tool, another is indirect tool. Direct tools are the tools. Direct methods or tools are the tools where you are actually taking the examination, the survey, taking examination where you are giving the crystal clear marks to the particular student, which is named as direct assessment tools. This method allows you to collect the evidences of the students' learning. Actual evidence आपके पास आएंगे, उस पर आप मार्क दोगे. जैसे आप एग्जामिनेशन दे रहे हो, जैसे आपने सर्वे पेपर ले लिया, जैसे आपने पेपर मीन्स असाइनमेंट ले लिया, उस पर आपने कुछ मार्क दे दिए based on rubric, something that you are making. This is what direct assessment method. And one of the certain example of direct assessment method, faculty design, competitive examination, performance in the licensing, surveys, assignment, teacher assessment, seminar, all these are the direct assessment methods. Then indirect assessment method. There are indirect assessment methods where you cannot actually collecting the direct evidences from the students or something others. This is considering as a indirect assessment tool, indirect method. So in this particular thing, you are taking these surveys. So survey from students, this is called as student satisfaction survey or program exit survey. Survey from parents, survey from your employer, survey from the society or kind of stakeholder. So all these are the survey where you are asking certain question regarding the outcome of your student or graduated person, and then you are making certain like mindset हम बनाते हैं. This system, this particular method is not actually perfect, but जहाँ पे कोई option ही नहीं है, तो एक थोड़ा things that we are making, and so that's why this particular indirect method we have certain disadvantages also. Like this particular system makes you sense how what ये एक मोटा मोटी जिसको बोलते हैं कि फ्लेवर क्या चल रहा है, ये इस तरह से हमें पता चल जाएगा. So provide only impression and opinion about the things, not had evidences and so on. So it is just making the sense कि क्या है क्या नहीं है पेरेंट्स से, क्योंकि आप एम्प्लॉयर को तो आप उसके एग्जाम दे नहीं सकते, उससे आप पूछ रहे हो, क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो कि हमारा स्टूडेंट, हमारा वहाँ पे जो स्टूडेंट है कैसे परफॉर्म कर रहा है, वो डिलीवर कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है, मैथमेटिक्स वाले प्रॉब्लम करता है नहीं करता है, कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करता है नहीं करता है, like that things you are making. But when you are making the direct method and when you are making the indirect method, direct method will always have higher marking system, higher weightage when you are actually calculating the assessment. Assessment is been made with direct and indirect assessment with the mixing, but when you are mixing the direct and indirect assessments, direct assessment will have more percentage. Ideally, it is 80% of direct assessment and 20% of your indirect assessment. Then there is a level system, level 1, 2, 3. I suppose we will not go to this. How tools and target it is going on. And then fourth point of OB, which is called as gap analysis, or it is called as a continuous improvement. Now it is again, I don't know whether you are understanding this particular point or this particular slide visible high nahi hai, but I will make. After completion, let us take this particular batch, 2021-22 will pass. And in May 22, after completion of your examination, I will calculate my course assessment, course attainment, and from course attainment, I will calculate my program attainment. Now, before starting of my session itself, I have mentioned that for this particular program attainment, I do have this particular targets. Let us take 70% is a target for my program attainment. And for out of 12, I have achieved 9 and I have failed to achieve 3. 70% target था, 65 उसका attainment आया. Then what you will do? There will be committee. It is called as a program committee. They will sit and they will think why that particular program outcome has less attainment. 70% target था, 75% target था, and we achieve only 65. Why it is? Then we'll go with the back analysis. We'll see how much courses are responsible to contribute that particular course, that particular program. So let us take, there are 5 courses. Those are contributing that particular program. Now I will see what are the tools those are contributing, which are utilized to calculate that particular program outcome, that particular courses. So there are 5 courses. 5 courses के near about 15 program outcome रहेंगे. Program outcome कहाँ पे assess नहीं हुआ है? Which program outcome has not attained? I will go to that particular thing. Then why that particular program outcome has not attained? There will be because of certain tools, because certain examination that we have taken. So if it is not attained, जो हुआ उसका तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते. But what planning we can make for next semester, because year तो खत्म हो गया. What planning I will take. So if that particular program outcome has not attained for a particular course, then I will check कि मेरी कुछ डिलीवरी मेथड तो गलत नहीं हो गई. हो सकता है कि ये पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट जिसको बच्चों को शायद मैंने डिजाइन वाले प्रॉब्लम ज़्यादा पूछ लिए थे और एक्सपेक्टेड भी है, एंड आई हैव नॉट डिलीवर्ड विद दैट strength the design problem to the student. So probably my delivery method might be wrong. So I need to change my delivery method in the next batch. Probably your assessment method might be wrong. हमने बच्चों को बोला कि इंडस्ट्री में जाकर सर्वे करो और वहाँ से सर्वे करके आ गए, मैंने क्लास में उसको बैठ के 50 मार्क का पेपर लिख लिया 2 घंटे का. बच्चे क्या लिखेंगे? क्योंकि उसने बुक तो नहीं पढ़ी, उसने इंडस्ट्री में सर्वे किया, वहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा काम किया, पर मैंने उसकी assessment method गलत ले ली. Probably might be my assessment method might be wrong. I need to check. If I need to correct that, whether my delivery method is wrong, whether my assessment method is wrong, I will try to implement the corrective measures in new batch, and then I will again check in next year what is my outcome after completion of that year. Ideally, it should improve. But if it is not improving in next year also, then I need to think seriously. कि पिछले साल भी मैंने देखा नहीं हुआ वो डिलीवरी मेथड से, पिछले साल भी अटेनमेंट नहीं आया वो पर्टिकुलर कोर्स का, इस साल भी नहीं आया. आई हैव चेंज द असेसमेंट मेथड, आई हैव चेंज द डिलीवरी मेथड. देन देयर इज अ सीरियस प्रॉब्लम. हो सकता है कि वो कोर्स आउटकम को रिलेट करने वाले कोर्स मटेरियल ही ना हो सिलेबस में, हो सकता है ना. सो आई नीड टू चेंज द करिकुलम. I need to change the syllabus itself, if required. So by this way, one by one, we are making the corrective action and we are improving ourselves. This is the last phase of your OB of continuous improvement. So you need to go with the continuous improvement, and you can see the OB is a closed loop system which is going with the outcome framing from this particular vision to the curriculum. We are delivering that particular thing. We are making the student able to understand. We are assessing that particular student and we are checking ourselves continuously. So OB is nothing but plan, do, check yourself, act, and correct yourself for next cycle. So this is what, in my sense, OB, definitely not many definitions are there when you are discussing with the OB. When you are actually implementing this, not many problems that you will face, you need to find out, because each problem we have may have different solution. One solution may not be work to each other, all problems. So after all, it's a continuous improvement, continuous checking your own system, student-centric system, and go for the betterment of your student itself. So that's from my side. If any doubt, if any query is there, most welcome. अगर कोई query हो तो,
Any questions?
I suppose I took 15 to 20 minutes more.
Sir, whether we have to attain CO and PSO also with PSO?
Madam, PSO you can consider as a part of PO. Yes. PSO you should consider as a part of PO. PO has been fixed by the authorities and they gave the flexibility कि आप अपने PO fix कर सकते हो जिसको उन्होंने नाम दिया PSO. So PO and PSO you can make as a same category. आपके भी उन्होंने PO फिक्स करके रखे हैं, देख लीजिए एक बार. ग्रेजुएट एट्रीब्यूट्स हैं, ग्रेजुएट एट्रीब्यूट तो फिक्स किए हुए हैं टेक्निकल वाले. Before that was named as a graduate attribute. Now they made in engineering education they made as a program outcome.
Any other question? So please take the seat.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir.
So you change this? Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. And I think this is one of the most difficult criteria when handling the NAAC, that is attainment of COPO. I request Amina ma'am to please welcome Dr. Dinesh Padole sir with a memento and the sapling. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing today's session.
Thank you, sir.
With this, we come to the end of today's national seminar. I think the feedback link has been sent to your groups. I request everyone to please fill the feedback forms. I'm here to propose the formal vote of thanks. Good afternoon to all dignitaries present here. Today, we were surrounded by a galaxy of eminent speakers. We are thankful at the outset to Dr. Devendra Kavre sir, Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, for gracing the today's session as keynote speaker. Sir, we are very much thankful to you for your enlightening and enthusiastic session. And we always look forward to learning more from you. Thank you very much, sir. We are also grateful to Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, Vice Chancellor G.H. Raisoni, Amravati University, for an enlightening and informative session. Thank you very much, sir. We express our thanks to Dr. Dini Memon, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Hislop College, for an in-depth and a very informative session. We are also thankful to her for actually gracing today's session and accepting the invitation. We express our gratitude to Dr. Dinesh Padole, sir, to be a resource person for the session. Sir, your session has been immensely wonderful and we think we have learned a lot from your session. Thank you very much, sir. No event is successful without a dedicated team of advisory bodies. We express our grateful gratitude to our principal ma'am, Mrs. Amina Wali, for her constant guidance and support for planning the seminar. We extend our thanks to the IT department of Raisoni Group of Institutions, Mr. William Balpande sir, Head IT Department, Mr. Atul sir, Mr. Dev sir, for their untiring efforts in telecasting this event on hybrid mode. Without their support, the event would not have gained the present form. I really cannot thank enough to all our wonderful participants for gracing the occasion and making it a great success. Thank you very much, sir.